Honorable members, before we commence with the business of the day, I think I should take this off. It's becoming a bit difficult to speak. May I take this opportunity once again to lay down some ground rules that will assist in facilitating our hybrid sitting. Are there other members who are unmuted? We should not be having this echo. This is a formal sitting of the legislature, and therefore all the standing rules of the legislature applies. The Rules Committee has ratified and adopted the rules for the virtual sittings and committee meetings. I am aware there are also people who are connected to this hybrid chamber who may not be members of the legislature. Those people are entitled to observe the proceedings as they would have in a physical sitting but may not participate. Members are requested to always keep microphones and videos on mute when not speaking, as this helps to prevent noise, echo and disruptions from background noise around you. Members must keep the cell phones and other devices on silent. Kindly indicate to the speaker via message in the chat box or the raise your hand option when you want to be recognized. As a word of advice, honorable members, you are requested to always check the appropriateness of the background for your videos and to ensure that you are always dressed decently. The Microsoft Teams platform can only accommodate 250 people at this stage, but our proceedings are being streamed live on YouTube to accommodate those who cannot be accommodated in the Teams platform. Honorable Secretary, are there any notices of motions? What is your point of order, Honorable Van Boegenrode? On which rule are you rising? Thank you for that. I think it's perhaps it's the device that is there. I am not quite sure. Please check. Unfortunately, I was only made aware of two minutes back that we are having technical problems in the house, but as we have to proceed, we could not wait any longer. Are we not supposed to have the technical people that is here? Thank you, Secretary. I think that is much better. Can we then proceed to the notices of motions? Chief Whip? You will have to come to the podium, Honorable Chief Whip, and then you will have to press the unmute button. Yes, on that device. I think Secretary has muted it. So all the members who today are going to speak, please make sure that you press the unmute button. Yes, because you will have to mute it. Otherwise, there will be constant interference whenever I am going to speak from the side. Thank you so much for your consideration. I see Honorable Van Boegenrode is nodding, but I see Honorable Nyalambisa is looking at me. Is this now really? Yes, we are learning, Honorable Nyalambisa.
Am I audible, Honorable Speaker?
Yes, yes.
Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. Good afternoon to you and the House at large. Honorable Speaker, I move without notice in terms of Rule 128, subsection 1 and 129, that the House, 1, notes and mourns the passing of His Majesty Matsigane Wesibini Diko of the KwaBhaca Great Kingdom. 2, Ingonyama Matsigane Wesibini Diko passed away on the 21st of February 2021 in East London following a short illness. 3, note that the late chief was born on the 24th of January 1979 in Elubhacweni, KwaBhaca. 4, recognize his commitment to the development of the people of KwaBhaca, and he conducted his royal duties with great dignity as he was compassionate and an unassuming leader and distinguished himself by his humility. Note that he appreciated the critical importance of education as he obtained a BSc in Law and Sociology from the University of Natal and a master's degree in Development Communication from the University of Pretoria. And at the time of his passing, he was busy pursuing LLB degree at UNISA. Note that he leaves behind his wife, Kusela Diko, and their children and his siblings. We resolve as the House to convey our deepest condolences to Isizwe Samabhaca and the royal family. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. I put the motion without notice for adoption.
Agree. Thank you that we trace back to the mowing down of our people by armed forces in Sharpeville on the 21st of March 1960 and again in Langa Township on the 21st of March 1985. Recognize that South African cause for democracy and freedom is essentially a struggle for fundamental social transformation whose strategic objective is the burial of the social architecture of apartheid state. It is about the creation of a democratic order whose political, social, and economic dividend can transform our deeply societal inequality and create a new social order in which there is a better life for all. Affirms that our protective Bill of Rights, which comprehensively addresses South Africa's history of oppression, colonialism, slavery, racism, and sexism, and other forms of human violations, embeds the rights of all people in our country in an enduring assurance of the democratic values of human dignity, equality, and freedom. Acknowledges that the anniversaries of these painful events from our past are a reminder that many paid ultimate price for us to live in a society governed by human rights and dignity for all. Since 1994, our progressive government commemorates these painful chapters of our past to unify South Africans and assert our human rights culture as an affirmation that the dark deeds of our past will never be repeated again in a democratic society. Expresses concern that despite our progressive constitution, which has been hailed the world over, the country is yet again plunged by racism and racist elements, which always rear their ugly head 27 years into democracy, democratic majority rule. Applauds the decisive actions of progressive forces, which, despite political affiliation, express dissatisfaction, which are the source of such demeaning dissatisfaction, and the act against individuals and institutions, which are the source of such demeanors and outdated practices, and bemoans the silence of any person which purported to represent the people of South Africa, but seemingly look away when they need to call out perpetrators of racial discrimination. Expresses concern regarding the persistent patriarchy and associated practices, which seeks to portray women as subordinate to men in the society, thus severely limiting their rights to equality and human dignity, ultimately hampering women's self-determination path towards living a full, successful life in all spheres, calls on all role players across the color, political, and occupational spectrum to work together in overcoming the persistent, profound inequalities which undermine economic, which continue to threaten the right to livelihoods for millions, whilst intensifying the fight against COVID-19, which has significantly altered our socio-economic landscape. I so move, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Fihlani. I put it for adoption.
Agreed.
Although we
Agreed.
Thank you. I was just going to raise the fact that the majority of members, thank you, honorable members, Honorable Van Boegenrode, because we were all struggling, as none of the members could actually hear what is being said. We all had to put louder our devices. Now that is going to be a problem. Secondly, our technical team needs to deal with this as a matter of urgency. All of us will put it on loud just to be able to hear how those who will converse over the virtual. It's not supposed to be like that. Then we will have chaos. If we had known that that was the actual issue, we would have asked all members to bring their headphones with them so that they could we would have looked really like aeronautical people sitting here, but those are the issues. So unfortunately, members, this is just how we will have to deal with the matter as we are progressing. Try to put it on, but not for the whole house, so that at least those who are sitting with your devices, your cell phone, and those who do not have earphones, so that you can hear what is being said from those who are in the virtual chamber. Can we try to deal with it that way? Because where we are, they can clearly hear us when we are going to the podium. I think this is one of those issues. If all of us had understood the sign language and had been so equipped, we would have all been able to understand as the sign language interpreter is doing her work there. We would not received any. So we will then go to the member statements.
Raise my hand. I've raised my hand.
Whose hand is that? I don't see. Oh, my apology, Honorable Dial. You are up. Yes, definitely. You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise in terms of Rule 130 that the House note that on the 3rd March this year marked the 40th birthday of our leader and President Julius Malema, born 1981 in Seshego, a son of a domestic worker, a husband to Mando Matlala Malema, a father to Ratanang, Munjezi, and Kopano, Eda Mugaba, and Mama Winnie Madikizela Mandela. The CIC led both COSAS and ANC Youth League, which adopted a radical stance and approach, not these irrelevant desks that we see today. The son of the soil has always been consistent in the politics and land only, a struggle they now have abandoned and only pay lip service to it. A leader who believed in the realization of Congress of the People in 1955 and was later adopted by the ANC in 1959. He was expelled in 2012 April in the ANC, an organization he grew to be so in love with. This was done by regret. The Commander-in-Chief and other revolutionaries met in 2013 and formed one of the most powerful and progressive movements in South Africa and Africa as a whole, the Economic Freedom Fighters, an organization which has Sitisikhulele Mokoni, Kula Julius Malema. I so moved.
Honorable members, this is a notice of motion. We will only note it at this stage. Thank you so much. Chief Whip? Yeah. The issue was, if it was a motion without notice, then we would have requested it to be adopted by the House. I've just confirmed with the Secretary. She's saying it's a notice of. Thank you so much. We are now at, and my apologies, Honorable Diane, for skipping your name on the list. We are now with the member statements.
Speaker,
We go over to the Chief Whip.
Speaker, my hand is up. Speaker. Speaker, Honorable Tejan.
Honorable Speaker, Cyril Ramaphosa updated the nation on the progress in the national effort to contain the COVID-19 pandemic, which demonstrated sound progress. This makes the African National Congress extremely proud of the manner in which our government has been handling this pandemic. The President informed the nation that we would be moving to alert level 1 as from the 1st of March 2021, and we welcome this move owing to the containment of infections. It has been 10 days since the launch of the coronavirus vaccination program, and more than 67,000 health workers who have been vaccinated. It is also very pleasing to know that a new batch of 80,000 doses of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine arrived in the country over this past weekend. This ANC welcomes these great strides. As the ANC, we are steadfast that national government must continue to be the sole buyer of and disfranchise the majority of South Africans. We continue to urge South Africans to continue adhering to the constant sanitizing and wearing of masks. We are not out of the woods yet, and as such, it remains our families and our communities. Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. Can we, the next member is Honorable Odendaal. I see there's a hand raised.
Good afternoon, Honourable Speaker. Speaker, the western regions of the Eastern Cape are still grappling with a 7-year protracted drought, which is decimating our communities and emerging farmers, especially those in the Sarah Baartman, Chris Hani, and Amatole districts. In addition, the severity of the drought can easily cause a humanitarian crisis in Mandela Bay. The Kouga Dam, which is one of the biggest storage dams in the province, is currently standing at just 6.4% of capacity. This is the lowest recorded level the dam has ever been at since its construction some 50 years ago. The extremely valley citrus farmers, whose farming and export operations contribute a considerable portion of our GDP. Furthermore, should Nelson Mandela Bay run out of water, or in the alternative, start implementing water shedding within certain areas of the metro, this will have devastating consequences for the economic powerhouse of the Eastern Cape. Last year, the Nelson Mandela Metro also forfeited drought mitigation funding to the tune of 188 million rand, which will now render it impossible for the Metro to complete its water augmentation projects. Speaker, the Honourable Premier must realise that COVID-19 is not the only crisis this province is facing. It is an indictment on the Premier that, notwithstanding his State of the Province address last week, he failed to mention the effects of the ongoing drought in the province or to pronounce measures that will assist farmers and water-scarce municipalities alike. Given the potential disastrous consequences that the ongoing drought could have for nearly 2 million people in the Eastern Cape, the Democratic Alliance call upon the Premier to start the processes needed to declare a provincial state of disaster in respect of the drought. Right now, the people of the Eastern Cape are looking at you, Honourable Premier, to provide leadership in respect of this matter, as both Dr. Dar as well as Copta has done very little to assist our people during this continued crisis. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Zibula.
Honourable Speaker, honourable members, I salute the leadership of EFF. Happy birthday, CIC. Firstly, as EFF, we want to state categorically that we welcome the removal of Sindiswa Komba as the MEC of Health, it is a very long overdue exercise that you should have done long time ago, Premier. To name the scandals that she has dragged the people of the Eastern Cape into would take the whole day. But we noted that among those scandals that she dragged you is as a comrade, you were admitted at the University of Fort Hare by consideration of the RPL, which is a recognition of prior learning. Your kata is form of Premier. Over how can you be able to acquire prior learning in BCom, which is a commerce field, whilst you were a full-time provincial secretary? We also call upon you that you please announce the replacement of Komba as the MEC of Health, so that we can be able to close this unfortunate chapter that brings bad memories. We also welcome this hearing that you said you're going to institute against Bengashe, even though we know that because he's a cadre employee of the ANC, nothing will ever happen to him. We almost a year now fighting with an unseen COVID enemy, and Eastern Cape has been one that has suffered more in all fronts, which is the COVID-19 corruption, metric drop rate, and one outstanding challenge is the infrastructure development in schools and in human settlement. It is on that note that we want to know what has caused the underperformance in infrastructure in human settlement that has resulted to Treasury slashing out the budget by 21%. The housing grant that has been given to the Eastern Cape, which amounted to about 388 million that has been taken out, whilst other provinces, based on the delivery of houses, were getting increased. This has happened at the time that we've got a backlog in housing in the Eastern Cape, and we know that COVID-19 has actually spread mostly in the Eastern Cape. We call upon the Department of Education to attend to the issue of the electricity at Gqeberha, which is Port Elizabeth, because we've raised we also had the petition that we put into the department, and up to so far nothing has been done. We've been given deadlines and deadlines that the electricity will be switched on at the district office at Gqeberha. We also call upon you, Premier, to have an ear with the interns that are crying in the Eastern Cape. We know what is the state of affairs when it relates to intakes, and also to the interns, and also to those that were working during COVID in hospital as nursing assistants. We also call upon the Department of Sports and Culture to actually...
Honorable Member, you only have 3 minutes. Can you please conclude?
Yes, we call upon the Department of Sports and Culture to provide us with clearance, because we know that the actual renaming of the names, we supported that colonial names and streets and mountains and buildings should be the colonial names should be eradicated to reverse the impulse of the past. We also call upon that she must inform us what is going on with the Kukompo renaming, and what is the department dealing with the colonial...
Honorable Member, your time is up. Honorable Member, your time is up. Thank you so much. Can we then ask the Premier to allocate, in terms of his own discretion, those members who will respond? Each of the members have 5 minutes to respond to each statement.
Honorable Speaker, good afternoon to all honorable members. May I ask MEC Ngata to speak on the drought, as I know that is work that has been ongoing there. Probably as well as on electricity, as much as that's an issue that can be explained better by the national grid. And MEC Briani or Nkomonye on the restoration, the program that has been raised. On the issue that pertains me with University of Fort Hare, and Honorable Speaker, if you allow me, I don't think it's a matter that I can just speak recklessly about it, but I think it's important taking the House into confidence. While it's also going to be difficult to engage on academic issues with non-academic, like the one that has asked this question, because it looks like it's clueless about what happens at a tertiary level.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker.
What is your point of order? On which rule are you rising, Honorable Zibula?
I actually do have a BCom degree, just like him, and as such, I would have loved to have
No,
masters.
Honorable Zibula, if you can't take me to the rule,
Is
can
able
you
to be
please
admitted
sit
at
down
Forte
and
and
just
do
be
masters
quiet?
without
Thank
doing
you.
honors.
Mute yourself. Thank you.
To have a BCom degree doesn't necessarily mean that automatically you are an academic. So you still need to learn a lot to understand what is really happening in the academic world. So the issue, nothing wrong that has happened with the issue in terms of the guidelines and the requirements of University of Fort Hare. This is what has been done. A lot of other people, including many members here, have done the same program following that kind of a guidance. So it's not going to be an issue that I will just allow it for people to be reckless about it. It's a matter that I've fully responded to it, and I'm working on it with Fort Hare as a student. I'm not a premier at Fort Hare, I'm a student, just like any other student. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And MECs can come in and explain all other issues that were raised.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Those members that are in the House or in the virtual, whenever they are going to speak, we are just requesting to please put on your video so that we can see you. Honorable Ngata, I see that you are up first. Are you going to come to the front? You will have to come here, unfortunately. Those are the challenges of technology that we're experiencing in the House. If
Okay. Honorable Speaker,
can I just ask that, because I heard when the Chief was speaking, when you speak through the mask, the sound, just to remove it a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Yes, you are very
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to you, to the Honorable Premier, and the members of the Executive, honorable members of the Legislature, the officials and distinguished guests listening to all platforms of the proceedings today. And thanks, for the statement, honorable member. The provincial government is not sitting and folding arms. The issue of climate change is a reality that is not going anywhere, given what is taking place throughout the world. As a provincial government, we have put together an integrated plan that includes the Department of Water and Sanitation, Amatola Water, and COGTA. As COGTA, we've built our own capacity in terms of having water cutters to be deployed to municipalities. And we are working also with the NGO sector to dig boreholes, and that's the work that we are doing. There are alternative measures that we're working on to provide, whether you're talking about Mhlambe, where we're looking at desalination plants to bring about additional water capacity. So I'm saying that those are the measures that we're doing, but we do realize that it's not a small undertaking given the level of droughts. There are challenges, but we're working on them because we think that the short-term measures, that is good water cutting and boreholes, are short-term measures. We are looking at long-term measures so that we can use the water in the sea and all those kind of things to purify it to be able to be used for as a clean drinking water. So that's the long and short of it. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC Ngata. The next MEC, Premier called upon MEC of Desrec. Honorable Ngata, do you want to come back for electricity? Just remember, you have in total, it was 15 minutes allocated, so it's 5. You now basically have 8 minutes that must be shared between you and the next speaker. Yes.
2 minutes. Just one comment on electricity. The Premier has directed that we set up a provincial structure to look at the electricity challenges. That structure is already in place. We are able to get ESCOM to respond in many communities that are having these challenges. Some have had their own meters not working for years. The recent one we did in 4 households and in Ngobo. We did, resolve that challenge. We also, part of that structure is looking at the whole issue of illegal electricity connection and other things related to those things, including land invasions. That structure is looking at all those things. And therefore, we're saying we have got a mechanism in place to attend to the electricity challenges. And they are free to forward some of the challenges to COGTA so that we can coordinate in finding solutions. And I'm glad the kind of cooperation we're getting from ESCOM under the leadership of Mr. Yedwa is giving us quite needed support in dealing with the challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. MEC of Desirek.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Good afternoon, Honorable Premier, Honorable MECs, and members of the Provincial Legislature. Firstly, Honorable Speaker, allow me to extend my apologies. I had attended in the House and had to quickly leave because of a family crisis. So I'm on my way to attend to it. That's why I am in a car. My apologies. But with respect to the question at hand, we all understand, Honorable MEC, members, that the issues of renaming, whether it's a city, a space, or a town, or a river, or a mountain, do from a lot of time generate a lot of discussions and debate, because in their nature they are emotive. And you have generally 2 groupings, one that are for the renaming of a geographical space, and those that would be against the renaming. And in most countries, this process is done after a transition to a democratic election, in a bid to transform and generally go back to the original identity of a certain feature or a geographical space. So we have, as a country, done that, and as a province done that in a bid to go back to the original names, because the settlers found us having names, identifying ourselves with such names. Now the question is whether what is the process that is holding up the renaming of East London. East London is one of the names that we submitted to the South African National Geographical Names Council through our very own Eastern Cape Provincial Geographical Names Council. And the name is still before the SANGC because there is an issue with the name Kompo itself. There is an allegation or an argument before the committee that says Kompo as a name is already in existence and is already registered, and therefore you cannot have East London named Kompo. Once that process is concluded, we will then be able to inform the House as to whether we are moving ahead with Kompo as the name for East London, or we would be undertaking a different process of engaging the stakeholders in terms of renaming East London. However, members must be assured that we will not be having in the future the name East London, because it does not resonate with the people of the Eastern Cape. We may have a different name that is related to East London. So in this case, the House will be informed in due time once the process is concluded by the South African Geographical Names Council and the National Minister. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable MEC Komonye. I see that MEC Gade's hand was up. MEC Gade, were you going to speak?
Yes, as Honorable Speaker. Firstly, my apologies. I'm just coming from the launch of the SGB elections. Hence, I am on the car, Honorable Speaker. I wanted to respond on the issue relating to electricity cuts in Port Elizabeth in particular. I just wanted to brief the House that it's one of those debts that we have as a department to municipalities. We had to arrange with the Metro on how to pay modes of payments moving forward. So it has been, the honorable member is correct, it has been a crisis around the electricity cuts, which are as a result of some debts that we owe to municipality. But it has been since resolved by now. Thanks, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, MEC Gade. That brings to an end the member statements. We will now go to the questions on the question paper, but just to inform all the members that we have sent the responses to the questions have been forwarded to all party officers and not to individual members via email, unfortunately, honorable members. We will then go to the first set of questions. I hope members are ready. Let me not only rely on that, let me also use my own device. The first question is from Honorable Bese to the Premier. And can we please request the responses to be short and to the point? We will only take an hour because we have a very long day today. And it is necessary that we deal with all the matters that is in front of us. Over to you, Honorable Premier.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much once again. If MEC comes from Air Connection, MEC Lucity. Thank you very much. I'm not sure how I'm going to succeed, Honorable Speaker. These are very loaded questions with loaded responses. But on the first question from Honorable Bese, about Wild Coast, the answer on A is that on one of the 9 primary construction projects making up the 112-kilometer Greenfield N2 Wild Coast project, and the first to be awarded, there was a significant setback experience, as was widely reported at the time on the press. Contractor had been appointed to construct the Mtendo Bridge, abandoned the site, forcing Sanral to terminate the contract. We've been working on that to renew that. Sanral is currently in the process of getting another company on site to continue with that project. I'm trying to summarize now. I think the response is in detail. Honorable member will have it, or he has it. On B, the Eastern Cape, oh my gosh. Okay. On B, the Eastern Cape Executive Council approved a Wild Coast Development Governance Framework, which provides for intergovernmental political oversight committee with the Transport MEC as the convener and made up of the something is not right, Honorable Speaker, with me here. I'm sorry. On B, the Eastern Cape Executive Council approved a Wild Coast Coastal Development Government Framework, which provides for the Intergovernmental Political Oversight Committee, with MEC Tikana responsible for that coordination as a convener, with our MEC Mvoko being part of that, and the OR Tambo, as well as Alfred Nzo, executive mayors, as well as local mayors that are in that coastal developmental belt. The mandate of the POC is to provide coherent leadership to the broader development in the Wild Coast, more particularly on the issue of social facilitation, which became a really challenge in terms of what we have experienced on the delays in the projects on site. On the question 2, the answer on question 2A, to date, the number of targeted enterprise SMMEs that have participated. In Mthentu, 37 SMME, in Msikaba, 50 SMME, and 5 community development projects, 51 SME trained and developed, plus 15 local SMME suppliers. The answer on B, to date, the number of jobs opportunities that have been created in Mthentu Bridge, 473, of which 239 were local labor opportunities. On Msikaba, 447, of which 270 are residents from the local communities. 5 community development projects, 731 with approximately 700 local jobs opportunities. Again, if you allow me, Speaker, to continue on question 2 from Honorable Besa again.
Just hold on, Premier. Can we allow Honorable Besa? Are you satisfied with the response? Oh, there's Honorable Besa. No, he is satisfied. The second question is also from Honorable Besa to the Premier. You may proceed, Premier.
The answer on the first question, Magwati Enterprise has demonstrated significant investment in terms of operational efficiencies on the field, the factory operations, as well as on marketing and sales. The Magwati Enterprise has taken off on an upward trajectory and repositioning and reasserting its brands in the market. Following its emergence from the business rescue in 2019, the company has renovated its factory and buildings, expanded its field hectareage to 2,041 hectares from a mere 661 hectares when it was resuscitated in 2017-2018 production season. The maintenance of the staff, houses, and other buildings has been undertaken. Paintworks and all the details that goes with that, Honorable Speaker, I might not really talk to specific, but that work is being done. The company has transitioned from being a supplier of bulk tea to producer and a marketer of diversified products, and has been engaging the market to learn and keep a pace of best practice in the market. The financial and non-financial support provided by the provincial government has unleashed and unlocked a dormant economic hub, as Magwa Majola Development Corridor has been identified as the biggest employer and a tourist destination in the district of OR Tambo. The question 2, the financial investments have resulted in product and market diversification and positioning Magwa brand in the same platform as other tea brands, while introduction of Magwa Rooibos in a market collaboration with Western Cape producers is expanding the Magwa brand and appeal and stimulating further product demand with the local markets. Magwa tea in black and Rooibos is now available in 30 retail stores, and Majola tea is available in 13 stores in the Eastern Cape province. Being one of the leaders in the South African tea market over the years, Magwa has embarked on an aggressive path in its marketing approach to ensure an advantage over its competitors. The brand also has the advantage with the variety of products it possesses in its product portfolio. The Magwati Enterprise is working along with following market trust: 1, the maximum brand exposure; 2, market diversity; 3, product development; 4, market expansion. During the 2019 SOPA and the budget speech, a pronouncement was made that Magwati must be procured by the government departments and related entities. The public sector market, albeit a fraction of the market, is needed to ensure the profitability of the tea enterprise. It is very important to create 6 market identifications with products. It is thus important that government fulfills the Premier's undertaking to the Eastern Cape and the greater public on the ECRDA, and the ECRDA has been engaging the provincial treasury for since then. We are actually also attending into that one to sort it. Approval of the instruction note transversal contract by the provincial treasury remains a stumbling block in penetrating the public sector market in the Eastern Cape. As I've indicated, we're looking at that. The Magwa Tea Enterprise submitted a business case for Treasury to look at that, and that's all the detail, Honorable Speaker, that goes into that. For 2B on tourism potential, the master plan developed for the Magwa-Majola Development Corridor is intended to transform the socio-economic landscape of the local economy by, one, diversifying to other high-value commodities beyond tea, such as avocados, macadamia nuts, etc., as well as 3, the realizing the strong potential for the ecotourism that the region holds. An appealing concept has been developed for a proposed ecotourism development around the Magwa Falls. A 3D model was unveiled at the Rural Development Indaba in January 2020, notwithstanding uncertainties in the tourism sector occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic. Potential investors are being sought for the Magwa Falls development projects. Call for expression of interest was advertised, inviting potential investors to invest in the 3 catalytic and strategic enterprises: tea production, high value commodities, as well as ecotourism, as proposed in the master plan. The expression of interest has not yielded desired outcomes. Hence, there is an intended change in approach to make a detailed, attractive pitches to potential investors and engage them in investment negotiation following an investment marketing. The ecotourism potential in the area depends on the ability of the provincial government and other key stakeholders developing a unique selling feature provided by the Wild Coast and Magwa in particular. So that's a detail, Honorable Speaker. I'm worried about your time, but I think we're giving such kind of a detail to the Honorable Member so that he has got a broader understanding of what we are trying to do there. I think it can also be available to other Honorable Members. Over to you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Honorable Bese, are you satisfied with the response? No, you must speak. Thank you. I know I said we must do sign language, but thank you. The third question is from Honorable Dlelanga to the Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The first answer is that the responsibility to develop a policy framework to guide lifestyle audit in the public service was assigned to the Department of Public Service and Administration. The policy is still in the National Cabinet approval process. Without this policy, government won't be able to conduct lifestyle audits without the employees' consent. Whilst waiting for the national policy process to be finalized in the province, the Executive Council decided to approach the state security agents to conduct lifestyle audit at the level of the Premier, MECs, DG, HODs. This process is currently underway. We have encouraged leadership at a local government level to consider taking similar steps. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Honorable Dlelanga, I saw you. You're fine. He is satisfied with the response. Can we go to the fourth question, also from Honorable Dlelanga to the Honorable Premier?
Thanks once again, Honorable Speaker. In terms of the implementation plan, 150 sites are supposed to be connected by 31st of March 2021. This refers to the first phase of the broadband implementation plan. As from the 1st April 2021 to 31st December 2021, a cumulative total of 600 sites will be connected in terms of this project. The total project, consisting of 2,700 sites, is detailed as follows: 600 sites by December 2021, 150 sites in the current financial year, 1,200 sites by December 2022, 900 sites by December 2023. The table below details the 150 sites which must be connected by the 31st March 2021, following by the remaining 450 sites to be connected by 31st December 2021. It also reflects the associated departments in terms of the broadband connectivity as per the two metros, BCM and Nelson Mandela Bay, and one municipality, King Sabata Dalindyebo, as per Table 1. Table 2 below details the 450 sites to be connected by 31st December 2021. It also reflects the associated departments in terms of where broadband connectivity as per the second or 2 metros and 5 municipalities. The table is there in the report or in the answer, honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Honorable Langa. He is covered in that respect. The first question is from Honorable Botha to the Honorable Premier.
The answer on the first question there is that the information on events organized by department is not in the OTP's repository and will take time to be gathered from all 13 departments for the years it is required. As and when the information is gathered, it will be made available to the honorable member. And then that almost then addresses all the following question 2, 3, 4, 5. Then they will be able to be answered then.
Honorable Botha, are you satisfied with the response? Is Honorable Botha not in the house? Can we then go to the next question? Question 6 from Honorable Odendaal to the Premier.
Thank you once again, Honorable Speaker. The answer to Honorable Odendaal, the total number of contracts that are currently being under investigation by SIU are 524. The nature of these contracts are PPE, fraud and corruption. And then there's a table that details that. I won't be able to go to specifics. I think the honorable member will be able to follow what is detailed in the table that shows that. I think the summary of that indicates that, and that below reflect the number of contracts under investigation and the value of contracts as well. There's another table there, or it is on question that summarizes the question 2, Honorable Speaker. And question 2, I'm sorry, question 1. On question 2, and again below is the breakdown of contracts per department that have been referred by the SIU to the DCs and the criminals and the civil the proceedings. Those are details in the table that are shown there, with the 2 for Department of Education, 2 for health, yeah, etc. Yeah, that's it. On question 3, refer to responses in 2 above. I think the question 2 was a kind of a flow from the answer that we have given above.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Honorable Odendaal, are you satisfied with the response?
Thank you, Speaker. I'll peruse the documents that forwarded to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stevenson. Through your Speaker, the Office of the Premier has established ethics management infrastructure in all departments. The aim of which is to strengthen integrity and build an ethical culture in the provincial administration. In this regard, the policy to build, improve, and manage this is in the province. This in the province has been developed, approved, and implemented in all departments. This is aimed at the prohibition of trade by employees of government with government, to manage remunerated works outside of employment, and management of gifts. Implementation of the policy and management of conflict of interest has seen a reduction in the number of conflicted officials and amounts involved. The Provincial Anti-Corruption Forum has been reactivated and is now led by the Premier. It comprises all the other state agencies established to fight corruption, such as SIU, Hawks, PSC, etc., as well as private sector institutions. There's been a reduction in the number of cases reported to the National Anti-Corruption Hotline, and 86% closure of hotline cases across the province. On second question, the South African Police Services has been requested to provide information, and it will be submitted to the honorable member as and when it becomes available. On question 3, the SAPS has been requested to provide information, and it will still be submitted to a member as and when it becomes available. On question 4, the answer is that the office has established the Eastern Cape Provincial Cross-Sectoral Anti-Corruption Forum, which is an advisory non-statutory body to assist the provincial government on the formulation and implementation of sound policies and strategies for prevention and combating of corruption. The newly reconfigured Eastern Cape Provincial Cross-Sectoral Anti-Corruption Forum consists of 5 members of the Executive Council and representatives from organized labor, business, organized business and organized labor, moral regeneration, and 18 regional heads of law enforcement agencies, heads of department, Director General, Office of the Public Service Commission, and the House of the Traditional Leaders, as well as SALGA. That's it. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Honorable Stevenson, are you satisfied? Yeah, everybody's showing me the hands. I think we will just use sign language today. He is satisfied. Honorable Premier, you can take a break now after having responded to 7 questions. We are going to question number 8 from Honorable Anil Kumar to the MEC for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Honorable Ngata.
Honorable Speaker, there is no audio.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. Thank you, Honorable Pillay. And the protected illegal strike at OR Tambo was based on the job evaluation, Honorable Member, monies that workers claimed they are owed since 2016, and also demanding payment of allowances and telephone and danger allowance. And the district has since suspended 3 leaders of the strike, and disciplinary action is being taken against. And I will have to resubmit and additional information through you, Honorable Speaker, to this question, because what is omitted in this response is the fact that the municipality considered to pay about 34 million, which is not budgeted for, which threatens to put that municipality in the situation ADM is now on the basis of so-called risk allowance. So we'll add that part, but the municipality is taking steps to some of the workers who are involved. There are disciplinary processes that are underway, and the workers under level 3, they began to return to work. And at ADM, workers were also in the illegal strike for salary increase, demand, and removal of the municipal manager, which was among other demands. Workers have since then returned to work, and disciplinary measures are being taken by management against 19 shop stewards who received letters notifying them of the pending disciplinary inquiry. Part 2 of the question. The ADM has engaged by political and administrative leadership to reverse the incorrect grading of the municipality and to return the municipality from grade 7 back to grade 6 to address that anomaly there. There's been that engagement. And the issue of salaries of senior managers is also being attended to, as the remuneration of packages is away outside the gazetted threshold, hence the ballooning salary bill. And this is one area that requires due processes to be followed, including making court applications. And as COGTA, we committed now as part of the interventions to support municipalities to reverse some of the wrong decisions that have placed the institution where it is now. And on issues of consequence management, the recategorization from level 6 to 7 was done some time ago under the former administrative leadership, and council took a resolution. And part of this is to rescind the council resolution and approach the court, which is the point that I'm raising. Council has already rescinded this decision to move to the other grade, that is back to grade 6, but
are you finished with part 3 of the question as well? The consequence management? Okay, thank you. Let's first ask Honorable Anil Kumar is in the house. Are you satisfied with the response, Honorable Member? Thank you. We'll then go to question 9, also from Honorable Anil Kumar to the MEC. Over to you, MEC.
Honorable Speaker, can the MEC check if the device is unmuted? We can't hear anything. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it's Honorable Benjamin here, Honorable Speaker.
Excuse me, it's Honorable MEC. The members in the virtual chamber is raising a concern because they cannot hear you. I have been trying, that's why my apologies that they are running around like that, the secretariat, but they are trying to resolve this issue. So members are trying to get my attention from that side. Yes, so the connection has just, they've just lost connection. What I will propose is that you will continue, at least we can hear you this side, so that we can just continue with the flow. My sincere apologies to those members in the virtual chamber for the numerous challenges that we are experiencing today. And you are speaking so soft also on the side, Honorable MEC. I thought I was the only one, am I the only one that cannot even hear you? And I'm sitting behind you. It's as though you are whispering. They can't even hear. Yes, you are, and we know you've got the voice for that. We hope we've not dislodged you. You may continue, but if you can just, and hopefully the technicians, no, just continue where I had interjected you at this stage. Thanks. Thank you, Honorable MEC. Honorable Anil Kumar, are you satisfied? Thank you so much.
Honorable Speaker, I'm not sure whether it's me alone. I'm completely out. There is no audio at all.
Me too, Honorable Speaker. I can only hear you, not the Honorable MEC.
Right, we know now.
The Speaker has explained.
Honorable members, I am imploring you. I know we are having a challenge with the sound, but we are trying to work on it. In the House, in the chamber, we Honorable Ngata is audible, so we are just trying to fix that. It is not going to assist us when you are all just speaking, and I've not given you permission to speak. You will create chaos on the backside in the virtual chamber. So I'm just pleading with yourself to bear with us for a few minutes. Thank you. Honorable Lobisha, are you satisfied? Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable, the 12th question is from Honorable Knutzer also to the MEC. Perhaps, may I, I'm not quite sure. Oh, question 11, also my apologies that IT is not able to. If you could bring your IT, your device, put it down there, at least when you speak, the members in the virtual chamber will be able to hear you. We will see if it is going to create an echo, because this is not sustainable the way we are doing it. Yeah, please, members, I know this is unorthodox, but I think we just need to step in, because they have now been struggling since before we started, and the issue has not been, they've not been able to resolve the issue. We are just trying to see how we can resolve this issue. I know that the members in the virtual chamber are becoming very frustrated. Don't run. Don't run. Honorable members, we are trying to intervene. MEC will respond. Question 11. Over to you, MEC.
Okay. On question 11, Honorable Speaker, the House would recall that in an earlier question on the distressed and amalgamated municipalities, I indicated that there are attempts that have been made by the department to solicit national support for these municipalities working together with national government. And the plight of these municipalities was presented to both National Treasury and COGTA. These municipalities differ from governance issues to financial viability, service delivery issues, and institutional capability issues confronting municipalities. It must therefore be indicated to the House that some municipalities are progressing fairly well across all variables, but others are still struggling. We're still working in the process led by the Deputy Minister of Finance, Deputy Minister Dr. David Masondo, in attending to these issues. And the example of this is that for some of these municipalities to get out of the situation, they need that the formula of the equitable share that is given to them through DORA be revised. And this is a policy issue, and submissions to this effect were made to the FFC. And this is the response, Honorable Speaker. That is question 11.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Lobisha, are you satisfied with the response? Thank you so much. Can we then go to question 12 from Honorable Knudse, also to the MEC for Kokta?
There are 39 section 54A municipal managers in the province, and 38 positions are currently filled except the Nelson Mandela Metro. But I think there's something that needs to be corrected. Can I just list, Honourable Member, that there are currently 7 acting out of the 39 municipalities. There are currently 7 acting MMs. That is in Nelson Mandela, OR Tambo, Sundays Municipality. The response we gave you, it says that in Musha Municipality, Kokta is seconded. It's not the case. And the MM part was suspended. They appointed an acting director inside to act as MM. The MM has since resigned, but that director is still acting there. I'll have to get that amended. I think that it's wrong. And in OR Tambo, 2 posts. That is the second part of the question, part B. And in Krisani, 3 posts. Sarapatman, 2 posts. And then in Amatole, about 5 posts. Nelson Mandela Metro, that's 7. I'm at OR Tambo. Since October 2020 was suspended. And the MM at Mobile Temba since April 2020 also suspended for financial misconduct. And the hearing has been going on for some time, and the municipality has committed to conclude it as we urge them through our investigation, which has tabled there. The MM Sunday River Municipality since July 20 suspended for poor performance and insubordination. In Mosha, I've just explained it. Nyandeni suspended in December. No report has been submitted to Kokta in this regard as per the requirement, and we'll be taking the matter up. And question 3, Ms. ZZ Siwundla was acting MM since the suspension of Mpaka, which is the point which will be linked to my correction I have done earlier. And she has been suspended for three times, and the department has not received any report on the investigation, which was conducted by the municipality, not by Kokta. That's all on the question 12, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Honorable Knudse, are you satisfied with the response?
Oh.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. Then we will go to question 30.
And the response is that I was not informed about the matter. And then part 2 is that according to the information received from the municipality, Ms. Soyekwa Nomkita was terminated from the payroll of the municipality with effect from 30th June 2014. And part 3 is that, yes, her name was the payroll at the date of the termination of the contract, and that she was not paid precisely because the contract came to an end. And therefore, the last part of the question is therefore not applicable. And yeah, that's the response on question 13.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Honorable Venya, are you satisfied with the response?
Is that the person in question cannot find any job because the municipality's system still holds her name. So I would just like you to follow that up. Otherwise, I'm satisfied with your response as the person who is not aware of what had happened or what had led to the question.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We will then go to question 14. That was not a follow-up, she just made a statement. Question 14, you may be seated, Honorable Member. Question 14 is from Honorable Vimbayo to the MEC for Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism. MEC Mvoko. We only have 20 minutes remaining, actually 18, and we are only now at question 14. A very slow day. Over to you, Honorable MEC.
Ithule ngapha ukuthi speaker.
Now I am unmuted. Thank you very much.
Apologies, members.
My apologies.
The Honorable
My
MEC
apologies.
will just start from the beginning.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yes. The DID had initially allocated 17.4 million rand, and an additional 75 million rand was provided to mitigate the impact of COVID-19. 38 businesses, distressed businesses, were approved, and 26.6 million rand was paid to those businesses, saving 1,538 jobs. With the roll of the program, it's projected that 39.2 million rand will be spent by the end of March 2021 to save a minimum of 2,700 jobs. The balance of the funds will still be available into the next financial year as the pipeline of companies provide the necessary documentation for compliance and approvals, because some have not provided all the documentations like your UIF, your SARS, etc., etc. Two, I have attached onto the details of the companies that the honorable member, Honorable Vimbayo, has requested. I don't have to go through it. It's quite a long list of about 38 companies with a number of jobs, the amount approved for each company, and the whether it's working capital, and also the sector as required, what sector do they belong to, and the municipality as the last caller. So I don't have to go through that one. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Honorable Vimbayo, are you satisfied with the response? Thank you, Honorable Member. Question 15 also from Honorable Vimbayo to the MEC for the DID.
Thank you once again, Honorable Speaker. A database of SMMEs in the chemicals and technical sectors was consolidated to determine the potential supply side capacity. Working with the Provincial Treasury, information of the required product standards was shared. Based on interactions with various industry bodies, Eastern Cape companies started repurposing their production to procure PPEs, and some companies applied for financial support from development finance institutions to implement these expansions. Following the advertisement for PPE by the Provincial Treasury, it transpired that most of the manufacturing SMEs could not form part and participate due to non-compliance with mandatory South African national accreditation systems product standards and our system standards, namely the ISO 9001 or others deemed important for specific sectors. In most cases, SMEs were rejected by provincial funding institutions for failure to demonstrate compliance with mandatory quality standards, and this affected the implementation for expanding or starting the new stream. The department, working with ECDC, SABS, and Productivity SA, has since conceptualized a program to incentivize the cost of companies to implement the mandatory quality requirements. This will enable these SMEs to form part of the mainstream economy where these product standards are mandatory requirement. And due to collaboration arrangements, the program will be rolled out in the next financial year. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, MEC Mvoko. Honorable Vimbayo, are you satisfied with the response? Thank you so much. We will now go to question 16 from Honorable Kaule to the MEC for DDIT.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Consultations with stakeholders such as local government, traditional leadership, and communities is key to the support of wind farms. However, prospective wind farm developers have indicated that the primary requirement for establishing wind farms is to secure long-term land lease for land under the custodianship of the National Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. In this respect, clear guidelines on the administrative processes and timelines has been deemed important. Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, and such communication will remain ongoing. Furthermore, stakeholder engagements have taken place with traditional authority to consider wind farm development as well as with the business community in the Howard Tambo district. The department remains committed to supporting the development of wind farms, with a strong emphasis on unlocking wind farms on the eastern side of the province. The identification of land suitable for wind farms is a specialized technical process requiring computerized simulation modeling for specific sites which have nationally competitive wind regimes. I'm certain that the honorable member would understand that just like solar, which is the Stellenbosch University did a study to indicate to all prospective investors where is it that the sun will be strongest. The same implies on the wind. At the same time, these sites should have suitable access to high voltage electricity grid, have suitable access by road, should not have overriding environmental concerns, and should be sites where land tenure can be secured. Such site identification and subsequent project packaging is funded at risk and undertaken by wind farm development companies. It is therefore not suitable for the department to predetermine land areas for wind farm development. However, the department participated in the national process of defining and gazetting renewable energy development zones, which seek to ease the permitting requirements for wind and solar farms. Two of these zones have been established in the Eastern Cape province to date. During this process, the department was instrumental in ensuring that the Stomberg REDZ, the Stomberg REDZ, extended deeper into the former Transkei than initially planned. 3, All relevant wind farm developments require consultation with communities, as community resolutions are a key step in the application for land lease with the National Department. The prospective investors have consulted with the community of Namakwe and Ngoha wind farm as examples. The department created an awareness sessions with Bazia Community Leadership Wind Farms Program. 4. The stumbling blocks include availability of wind resource, suitable access to high voltage electricity grid, suitable access by road, no overriding environmental concerns, and land tenure security. Furthermore, in addition to certain administrative challenges, the wind resource is generally lower towards the east of the province, and many areas are excluded from development for environmental reasons. Thus, all prospective wind farms towards the eastern side should be supported as much as possible to mitigate these stumbling blocks. And perhaps that's the reason why you see the western side of the province having, I think they will now have about 13 wind farms just on the western side, which is and in the whole province, I think we'd have about 18 wind farms, only 5 outside of the western side of the province. This is because of the reasons given here. So the eastern side is a bit challenged when it comes to wind. 5, the province has not set such a goal as the electricity system is aggregated at national scale. South Africa's nationally determined contribution towards climate change mitigation is a greenhouse gas emissions peak in 2025, a plateau in from 2025 to potential to contribute significantly to the success of the national greenhouse gas trajectory. In doing so, the province will also contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals 7 and 8, namely affordable and clean energy and decent work and economic growth. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Honorable Cowley, are you satisfied with the response? Please, can you please go out of the house? Not even switch it off, just go out and fix your device, please. Please, honorable members. We will go to question 17. Honorable Matkubela to ask the MEC for Education, MEC Gade. Over to you, MEC Gade.
Good afternoon once more, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier. Your established protocol, Honorable Speaker, is observed. Quickly, Honorable Speaker, the identified schools as per the question, yes, we had the information. We are working on it. On 2, the department has prepared an infrastructure project list submission, the B5 to Provincial Treasurer, which pursues the resuscitation of the projects from the 2021-22 medium term expenditure framework. On 3, Honorable Speaker, 3A, it is 116 million rands, 73.1 million rands, and 22.3 million rands, which has been set aside for 2021-22 medium expenditure framework, respectively, for the completion of such projects. The last question is that the department has written to all implementing agencies indicating that their overall indicative budgets for the projects under their specific programs, and to highlight the need to adhere to these cash flows projections in order to eliminate the phenomenon of late payments, Honorable Speaker. I submit.
Thank you, MEC Gade. Honorable Matkubela, are you satisfied with the response? Thank you so much. We will also go to question 18, also from Honorable Matkubela to the MEC for Education, MEC Gade.
Once more, thanks, Honorable Speaker. On the first question, yes, many schools across the province had to amend their timetables to adhere to COVID-19 precautionary measures applicable to the education sector, and thus led to the substantial decrease on the contact time between the learner and the teachers. 2, the following measures have been actioned to mitigate the impact of loss of teaching and learning time on 2020 academic year. Sub-question A on 2, the curriculum content has to be covered as it was streamed and revised through the annual teaching plans that have been submitted after review. That's how far we can go, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Honorable Matkubela, are you satisfied with the response? Thank you so much. We'll go to question 19 from Honorable Mkhaga, also to the MEC for Education. MEC Gade.
Once more, thanks, Honorable Speaker and the members. On 1, we have got 5,219 out of 5,221 schools that opened on the 25th of January 2020. 2 schools could not open due to severe storm damages in OR Tambo inland, and 647 learners in grade 1 which were unplaced, and 1,047 in grade 8 due to the late submissions and the parents refusing to accept the second choices. On 2, the department issued instruction number 51 in terms of which schools were instructed to procure PPEs for the first school term out of their own reserves. All the reports received so far indicate that schools have complied with the instruction without any problems, Honorable Speaker. On 3, not all schools complied with COVID-19 protocols in the province due to the chronic shortages of infrastructure facilities and therefore lack of funding for the eradication of mud schools. We then had to find our alternative way out in ensuring that we go back to the differentiated timetables that we have listed above. On classrooms, Honorable Speaker, we have got a provincial classroom shortages of 6,531 to ordinary schools from within 1,153 schools to meet the norms and standards required as per 1 was to 35 per learner and also requirements of the protocols of COVID-19. Thanks, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, MEC Gade. Honorable Mkhaga, are you satisfied with the response?
Satisfied, Honorable.
Thank you,
Yes,
Honorable Member. Question 20 from Honorable Sondaba to the MEC for Education.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker, once more. 1, both Kungululu and Eswatini were part of the disaster damages due to inclement weather conditions over the period between the 18th and 23rd April 2019. Though, of course, Honorable Speaker, that process is underway due to the agreement that we have met with the Department of Public Works. On 2, the department has submitted the schools as part of 96 schools requiring an amount of 251.140 million rands to COGTA as part of the funding that has to be dealt through the disaster management protocols in April 2020. An amount of 3.580 million and 3.683 million respectively has been requested for the 2 schools as part of the application, Honorable Speaker. That's how far we can go with the 2 questions, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, MEC Gade. Let's just hear from Honorable Sondaba if he is satisfied with the response. Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Satisfied.
Thank you so much. That brings to an end the portion of the questions. We are now at 15:59, 1 minute over time. We will now go over to ask the Secretary to read the first subject for discussion. Secretary.
Discussing of
Thank you, Secretary. Honorable Chief Whip, you are called. There is an order. I'm quite sure all members have got that order and the time that is allocated. It is up to members if they would want to use their full allocation, but we will not allow anyone to go beyond their time allocation for this debate that is in front of us. Over to you, Honorable Chief Whip. Your 15 minutes starts now at 4.
Honorable Speaker, just to bring to your attention, it's quiet completely now.
This one.
Then you see them running up and down. That is my suspicion. It's actually a issue of network, because even on my side, people say that the signal is low.
Let me hold it this way.
It's a connectivity issue and it's network that is letting us down.
It's tough, yeah.
For a safe fiability.
So, Honorable Stevenson, just step a few minutes, you know the rule, and then you will just come to the behavior device. If that, just in case it is a problem. Oh, no, that's fine.
Honorable Speaker, can I proceed?
Definitely not switch on my place so that the members that I cannot hear what we are, how we are fumbling here. Yes,
Can I proceed, Honorable Speaker?
Are you ready?
Yes, I think I'm ready. I'll
Kuba
try
ngiyakuvamna.
and juggle out
Ngiyakuvamna,
because I've
Honorable
got good devices.
Mvenya, please be quiet that side. The Chief Whip is on the floor. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker and Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable members of the Executive Council, Honorable members of the Provincial Legislature, leaders of the African National Congress and its allies, leaders of other political organizations represented in the House, Honorable Chair of Chairs and Deputy Chair of Chairs, Chairperson of the Eastern Cape House of Traditional Leaders, the Religious Fraternity, distinguished guests, fellow South Africans, greetings to you all. Honorable Speaker, the ANC has declared this year as the year of unity, renewal and reconstruction of the year, in the year of Charlotte Maxeke. Mama Charlotte Maxeke is one of the forebears and pioneers who made an exceptional contribution to shaping a nation in which all people enjoy equal rights, regardless of their race, gender, and social standing. Through the will of the people, the African National Congress has been placed in a position of responsibility to lead the process of unity and continual renewal and reconstruction of South Africa and create a prosperous nation that benefits all those who live in it. Fast forward to 2021, the world has been ravaged by the first and second waves of the coronavirus pandemic, which has shaken the very core of our existence and has forced us to reimagine life and living. The impacts of COVID-19 have had devastating effect on every one of us. We have lost loved ones and have been stripped of our humanity. May all those who have perished continue to rest in peace, and may their families find peace and solace. Despite the adverse challenges that we continue to face, the ANC and its government recommit itself to the unity, renewal and reconstruction of the Eastern Cape in the year of Charlotte Maxeke. Tough times lie ahead, but we are equal to the task. We may fall along the way, but we shall emerge victorious. The foremost priorities of the ANC in 2021 are as follows: is to defeat the COVID-19 pandemic, to accelerate the recovery and recovery of the nation addressed by the Premier. He unambiguously outlined the state of the Eastern Cape, government's priorities and goals for 2021, which are on par with the call of the ANC, and defined a clear strategy to achieve those goals. Premier, you stated that the critical lessons from COVID-19, that which shall be, propagated from the opposition benches, that the lesser role of the state on the modern society development, as it has been demonstrated that only a capable, ethical and developmental state is capable of leading humankind out of the current pandemic induced crisis. It should therefore that we be, saved from the pandemic than to have a limited role that government gets to play as it is perpetuated from the opposition benches. Honorable Speaker, it would be an impossibility to realize what we have prioritized without creating the enabling environment and building a capable, ethical and developmental state that has coordinated efforts across spheres of government through interventions such as DDM. Building a capable, ethical and developmental state requires building an army of capable public servants that are ready to uphold the ethics of the public service and pledge allegiance to the flag and development of this country. Honorable Speaker, in the interest of good governance, eradicating the triple challenge and correcting the injustices of the past, spatial integration, bolstering the rural economy through agriculture and tourism, building the capacity of local government, and creating inclusive and sustainable human settlement becomes pivotal. A failure to uproot the challenges that hinder service delivery and introduce stability into the local sphere of government is a threat to our constitutional democracy, as local government is the sphere that is closest to the masses of our people. Providing support to the municipalities to improve their capacity to deliver on their constitutional mandate and eradicate any service backlogs, particularly those of bulk infrastructure, is a priority of the ANC-led government. Madam Speaker, the State of the Province address affirmed that when government functions, society functions, economy as well functions, and people at large benefit. COVID-19 is a period when we need the government to work seamlessly in an integrated and coherent manner. As the ANC, we welcome the fact that the State of the Province address was anchored on the priorities we set out as the ANC in the beginning of this term of building the Eastern Cape we want, We committed that during this term, we will focus on 1, economic transformation and job creation, education, skills and health, consolidating the social wage through reliable and quality basic services, special integration, human settlements and local government, and social cohesion as well as safe communities. The last one being the contribution towards the building of a better Africa and a better world. As the ANC, we remain convinced, as articulated by Dr. Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, that it is through education that the daughter of a peasant can become a doctor. Hence, we congratulate the class of 2020 for succeeding against all odds, as such ensuring leadership and administrative stability within the Department of Education and improving the overall functionality of our schools is a priority of this administration. Providing adequate school infrastructure, including ICT infrastructure, becomes critical to teaching and learning in the middle of a pandemic. So the rollout plan of the broadband has to be done with speed. To the Department of Education, teach academic year against all odds. Honorable Speaker, we are pleased with the arrival of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine in the province. The first phase of inoculation has begun in earnest. Our bravest soldiers, our health workers, are the first recipients of the vaccine. Their diligence and commitment to the fight is commendable. The preceding phases of the inoculation will be used to achieve population immunity. We are surely on the way to defeating the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic has revealed the need to implement the National Health Insurance to ensure that there is universal health coverage accessible to all South African citizens. We applaud all efforts that have been made by the ANC government towards improving access to critical primary and specialist health services in the province. Madam Speaker, in pursuit of renewal and reconstruction of our economy, we welcome that government will focus its energies on transforming the economy and creating jobs. In the new financial year, the Eastern Cape will be positioning itself as a leader in agriculture, manufacturing, critical infrastructure development, and tourism sectors. ANC welcomes that through the COVID-19 Agriculture Support Disaster Fund of 80.4 million was also disbursed to support 1.915 smallholder and communal farmers. As the ANC, we are convinced that as the rural province, our biggest investment and reprioritization must reflect as such, because asinayo thina imigodi lulimo in the Eastern Cape province. That is why it must be welcomed that 332 million rand has been financial year towards support for the development of the value chain. Madam Speaker, we welcome that the Eastern Cape Provincial Government infrastructure mechanization, as well as in technology, and the province will unveil strategic high-value infrastructure projects that will attract investment, create jobs, improve connectivity within the province, and boost local economic development to greatly improve the lives of the people. Local SMMEs, women, youth, and people with disabilities must be prioritized in these projects. The government will also continue to support business in distress through the Job Stimulus Fund. The ANC welcomes the commencement of the first phase of the Umzimvubu multi-purpose water project. Water security issues and the overall deficiencies of bulk infrastructure undermine the economic development potential of our people. Siyathemba kuba lizawukhawuleza dami lime pha. We equally welcome the Transnet National Ports Authority head offices to our shores, as it will contribute towards the growth of our economy. Madam Speaker, consolidating the social wage through reliable and quality basic services is critical to economic renewal and construction. The ANC welcomes the extension of the social relief of distress grant by a further 3 months. It should surely relieve some of the destitution experienced by our people as we continue to work towards ensuring a better life for all. Women, youth, and people living with disabilities should continue to benefit from the equity programs within the province. Madam Speaker, the government, as led by the African National Congress, recommit itself to the Freedom Charter. Indeed, there shall be houses, security, and comfort. The Eastern Cape Provincial Government will be implementing innovative solutions to eradicate informal settlement in disaster response and the overall delivery of integrated and sustainable.
Honourable Chief Whip, you have a minute left.
Madam Speaker, safe and cohesive communities are our business. The ANC reaffirms its support to the unrelenting fight against crime and all forms of lawlessness. The people of our province have the right to exist in security and comfort. We are, however, disappointed at the scourge of gender-based COVID-19 pandemic. Madam Speaker, we call on the social partners to alienate and defeat the demon of racism, as it has raised its ugly once again. The silence of some of the parties in this House on the matter of racism is deafening and can only mean they are commended. The ANC welcomes the state of the province. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Chief Whip. Can they just clean the up? So before we call Honourable Stevenson. The one thing that they are requesting.
You are muted, Honourable Speaker.
Is it on?
Yes, it's on, sir. It's 16:17 now, and you've got 12 Honourable Stevenson.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier, members of the House. Let me begin by expressing my condolences to every member of this House who has lost a family member or friend, and also our heartfelt condolences to everyone throughout this province who has suffered so much under this virus. Sorry, is it working?
It's just a moment.
Sabotage. Is it working? Is it working?
They are saying that the video is off on that side. They are just regular feedback of people asking why. There are some supporters there.
Thank you. Thank you for.
You may proceed.
Right. In Matthew 7:25, it says, "The rain came down, the streams rose, the winds blew and beat against the house. Yet it did not fall because it has its foundations on the rock. But everyone who hears these words of mine and does not put them into practice, rain came down, the streams rose, the winds blew and beat against that house, and it fell with a great crash." Honourable Speaker, this province faces many storms. The storm of high unemployment, the storm of the virus, poor infrastructure, a poor education and health system, and others. Unless we build the Eastern Cape on the rock of good governance, this province will continue to be undermined by the quicksands of cadre deployment corruption, maladministration, and factionalism, and other weak areas of government. Honourable Speaker, through you to the Premier, you need to build the Eastern Cape on the rock of good governance. The Achilles heel of the government is the cadre deployment system, and the Honourable Premier has a total blind spot in this area, which results in him being out of touch with a harsh reality of the consequences of this policy. Recently, the Honourable Premier was quoted in the Daily Dispatch on the 2nd of February saying, only the best ANC members should be deployed to state institutions. It is not a question of good cadres or bad cadres. It should be no cadres at all. The cadre deployment system is simply a new form of the old apartheid system of job reservation, where it sets aside powerful positions in the civil service that are supposed to be filled by non-political professionals. It's not supposed to be for ANC members who have proved themselves loyal to the party, but instead for the people who have the ability to do the job. We need competence, caliber, and consequence management, not chaos, cadres, and corruption. We can never build the Eastern Cape on the rock of good governance as long as the cadre deployment system exists. We have seen what's happened in our various municipalities, and they are collapsing. A town like Makanda didn't have water for many days. There are others without electricity, functioning road networks. Municipalities are falling to the ground because of cadre deployment. When you hire people for the wrong reasons, through you, the Premier has alluded to the fact that our towns are dirty and filled with litter. This is the consequence of cadre deployment, as people are not doing their jobs. These towns don't crumble overnight. If I can use the analogy of a sinner, one backslides slowly and suddenly you find yourself in hell. Well, our municipalities in this province are finding themselves in a hell created by cadre deployment. But the opposite is happening in DA-run municipalities. The potholes are being fixed. The street lights are being repaired. Look at Nelson Mandela Bay now. There's new energy. People are feeling the difference of coalition of good governance. There's new life. And this is the difference that the DA and its coalition partners bring, because where the DA governs, South Africa works. In the speech, the Honourable Premier mentioned that only 421 public servants have been identified as doing business with the state. And let me acknowledge this is a decrease from previous years. But if the government was practicing sound consequence management, there would be none at all. Civil servants cannot double dip. You can't take home a contract and a salary. Why are people not being different? Practice consequence management, and then you will build your house on the rock of good governance. This brings me on to the subject of corruption. I note that in the speech, the province is combining the old Anti-Corruption Council with a new forum. The point, Honourable Premier, is your previous Anti-Corruption Council hardly met and hasn't done so in the last 2 years. It's no wonder that we have been branded as the epicenter of corruption. We don't need a reshuffling of the deck chairs on the Titanic. What we need is action in fighting corruption and stamping it out. Then the right climate for good governance will be created. Creating the right climate for good governance in this province is necessary to get the private sector to invest and create jobs. We need to move towards private sector-led development. A state-centered led development has failed dismally. It has a history of failed projects and investing without much return. One only has to look at the latest unemployment statistics that overshadowed the SOPA speech. This is the harsh reality of the province's policies. The unemployment for the fourth quarter in this province sadly increased up to 47.9%, up 2.1%, while the expanded rate increased to 52.4%, resulting tragically in 148,000 people losing their jobs. In contrast, in the DA-governed Western Cape, they have the lowest expanded rate of unemployment in South Africa at 26.8% compared to our 52.4%. In contrast to losing 148,000 jobs, 121,000 more people gained employment in the Western Cape, the highest increase of all provinces in South Africa. That is the DA difference, because the DA builds its house on the rock of good governance. In 2019, I introduced a resolution that this House approved on the fourth industrial revolution. The House resolved, amongst others, and I quote, that the Office of the Premier must develop and present the Eastern Cape modernization, comprehensive and integrated plan to this House within the 2020-21 financial year. That ends in March, and we are yet to see this plan. My biggest concern is that we are developing digital inequality in this province. A digital divide is a new form of apartheid. So far, the government has failed to ensure the rapid rollout of broadband, particularly in our schools, with thousands not having a comprehensive Wi-Fi network. The Global Risk Report of the World Economic Forum states that this digital inequality is the fifth most significant risk today, along with youth disillusionment and social cohesion erosion. The government needs to move with all speed to ensure a massive broadband rollout to all our schools so that our learners have the opportunity to grow, develop, and have access to a world-class education. There's no doubt in my mind that the top learner, Reinhard Buys from Pearson High School, where incidentally my children went, had access to Wi-Fi. This is something that sadly the majority of learners in this province don't have. It needs to be fixed so we can create equal opportunities for all our learners and ultimately to create a better society. We need to change the Eastern Cape's trajectory away from a failed state towards a compassionate and capable state that works for all. We need to chart a new course for this province to relieve the misery that so many are experiencing. We need to put this province firmly on the path of opportunity and prosperity. We need a forward-thinking and innovative government that will build the Eastern Cape and get it back on track
1 minute remaining.
so it works for all the people. The Democratic Alliance stands ready to fix this mess upon the rock of good governance and get it back on track, because where the DA governs, South Africa works. This province requires bold and courageous leaders to put it firmly on the high road to opportunity and prosperity. Let me conclude with the last few words of a poem that was read at President Joe Biden's inauguration. When day comes, we step out of the shade, aflame and unafraid. The new dawn blooms as we free it, for there is always light. If we're brave enough to see it, if we're brave enough to be it. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Cowley. It's 16:30 now. You have 8 minutes. Where are the members who are supposed to clean here? Your time will start now, Honorable Cowley. 8 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier, Honourable members of the Legislature, officials and guests, there aren't any, I greet you all. Madam Speaker, candy floss is made up of large holes held together by a few thin strands of fragile sugar. While it may look appealing, it has no substance and it does not provide one with sustenance. Sadly, this year the Premier's speech was like candy floss. After digesting it, we remained hungry for the substance of realistic strategies and achievable goals. Mention the successes at the Nelson Mandela Academics, which we welcome. What a pity that they had no water there on Monday and could not do surgeries or even wash their patients. We applaud the Department of Public Works for their tremendous efforts in upgrading hospital beds across the province to cater for critical care patients during the pandemic. However, the Premier's deathly silence on issues which threaten the very survival of the Health Department was deafening. Not one word about medico-legal claims, which despite his litigation unit have soared and now stand at 890 million rand for the year. Through you, Madam Chair, what are you planning to do about this, Honourable Premier? Is there a revised strategy? Not a whisper about the 4 billion rand in accruals which the department owes. Are accruals heading the same way as medico-legal claims? Through you again, Madam Speaker, have your advisers, Honourable Premier, offered any solutions to these ballooning accruals? The Premier touched on the National Health Insurance projects and ideal clinics. Madam Speaker, even the best laid plans, when built on the quicksand of an incapable state and the weak foundations of corrupt, chaotic cadre deployment, will fail. The NHI in this province will fail, and here's why. Number one, the department's infrastructure program has proven again that it cannot plan, implement, or finish any project with competence. Maintenance is painfully slow and far too costly, so the lifespan of our ideal clinics is compromised. Two, the department employs some of the most corrupt senior officials in the country who are shifted from one program to another to cover their tracks. Sometimes they are even made advisors. They are not competent enough to implement the NHI, and not surprisingly, some of them allegedly have fraudulent qualifications. The over-bloated army of officials has destroyed efficiency and accountability, while the number of frontline workers remains critically low. Patients need nurses, not bureaucrats. Patients cannot reach these clinics. Number four, the extensive challenges of the emergency medical services were not mentioned. Often, urban patients wait for hours and rural patients wait for more than a day for their ambulance to arrive. Until these issues are addressed, our health system, by any name, will continue to fail. Any solutions, Honourable Premier? Through you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Premier mentioned the good response of the province to the COVID-19 pandemic. This is disingenuous. Our frontline workers responded with diligence, and while they were working double shifts and getting infected, his health officials were fleecing his government of millions in PPE fraud. The PPE fraud cost our frontline workers their lives. Of the 663 healthcare workers in South Africa that died from COVID, 262 of them 40% came from the Eastern Cape. No wonder we were sent a task team to mop up the Mee, despite the lockdown. They have initiated some smart projects in downstream auto works, which will see small and medium black-owned enterprises joining the mainstream auto industry. The relocation of the manganese storage facilities from Nelson Mandela Bay to Ngquga by the end of the year is welcomed. The scoping report suggests that the proposed new storage facility will be far more compliant in terms of the NEMA and NAMAQA Acts than the current storage facilities are. However, in a response to a question, the CDC failed to indicate whether there was any written agreement or memorandum of understanding with the Kalahari manganese fields to secure supply of manganese to Ngquga. Surely this should happen before investing in infrastructure. Madam Speaker, the heavy investment in aquaculture is concerning, as it has had very little success in our province to date. We've seen 2 failed aquaculture projects at the East London IDZ, or SEZ, and another at Hamburg. Who is advising the Eastern Cape Rural Development Agency on the marine tilapia project, tilapia of freshwater? The projected numbers of jobs and beneficiaries through feedstock are unrealistic, and it sounds like a scam. The upgrading of the industrial parks is the only thing that actually happens at the industrial parks. How much has been invested in the parks to date, and at what return on investment? Much was said about starting new businesses, but what is the Premier doing to keep existing businesses in the province? Employers are giving up, packing up, and taking their skills, their jobs, and their taxes elsewhere. Madam Speaker, environmental crime is increasing, but critical shortages of law enforcement officers and biodiversity and conservation officers in the province cripple the efforts of this remarkable team. They cannot fulfill their mandate without more boots on the ground. Environmental crimes are a huge deterrent for tourists who don't want to see dead rhinos and illegal dump sites. They'd rather go elsewhere. Madam Speaker, the Premier has said that the promise of a better future is still alive. Unfortunately, people can't eat promises. Our province requires a rock-solid foundation of good governance that can pull it out of the quicksand and set it on the path to better opportunity. Instead of silence, we need workable solutions, which the DA implements where we govern. And let's face it, where we govern, South Africa works. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Cowley. You've saved us 2 minutes. From the UDM, Honourable Mahlati. Just hold on, it can just clean there, Honourable Mahlati. You have 12 minutes and your time is starting now. Thank you. Over to you, Honourable Mahlati.
Honourable Speaker, mandibulise konke amalungu akhona nakuwe kanye. Ndingalibazisanga xesha. Ndizawucaphula nje kumazwi ka-Anna Letitia Babold. Amazwi awathethayo athi, when one by one our ties are torn, and friend from friend is fallen, when man is left alone to mourn, oh, then how sweet it is to die. Kamazwi ka-Alan ka-Letitia now. Madam Speaker, as the pandemic continues to run havoc in our society, remember all those affected by the pandemic. May God give them comfort, sending love and light to everyone affected by this deadly virus. Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Premier of our beautiful province of the Eastern Cape, Honourable Mabuyane, delivered State of the Province address on the 23rd of February 2021. The speech had more plans than action that the government is going to take to improve the lives of the people of the Eastern Cape. Honourable Speaker, allow me to remind the house of this Vision 2020. What happened to 2 billion for Vision 2020 campaign, which were supposed to see an economic growth rate of between 5% and 8%, an annual job growth rate of 3.5%, which constitutes about 13,000 jobs a year, and 60% reduction of household living under the poverty line are the main focus areas of this project. In 2020, we were told about Vision 2030. We are still waiting to see the fruits of Vision 2020 before you make noise about it was affected by COVID-19. But that time, we should have been on peak of 2020 Vision campaign. Currently, unemployment rate is sitting at 50% in our province, 50% where Qala said. Tell me, is that growth? On 2021 speech, nothing has been mentioned. How far are we with Vision 2030 as Vision 2020 was a total failure? The point that we agree economy such that it accommodates all the needs of the people. We need sustainable job opportunities. We need to invite more investors to the economic growth we are talking about. We need strengthened partnership with private companies in order to encourage investors to come and invest in the Eastern Cape. Honorable Speaker, allow me to mention this. The ruling party, this so-called ANC, has tendency to bite more than they can chew. They come with multi-projects and speak a big numbers, billions of the projects end up not being finished. We need plan of action on how and when the planned project will be executed. We need feasible plan, not fairy tales. We understand that we are in the midst of the pandemic, but we must roll our sleeves in order to improve the lives of the people of the Eastern Cape and grow our economy. A goal without a plan is just a wish. The concern of power outrage continues to be challenged to most businesses in the province, especially small businesses. This issue should be a matter of urgency. Madam Speaker, the Premier of the province mentioned a litany of projects to be undertaken by his government. However, we hear no report on the mud schools, eradicated rural roads, revamped bulk water accessible and potable water. It appears to me that this is an expenditure report, irrespective of whether projects did actually take place. For example, it's common knowledge that OR Tambo District Municipality made prepayments in excess of 160 million to contractors with no work being undertaken. We hear nothing that has taken place to those municipal officials that transgressed the law, nor recovery of such funds and ill-begotten riches. We as a party, UDM, require a report on the N2 Wild Coast Toll Road project. Where are we with this road? It has been reported for 3 years or more. It just sounds like a broken record saying the same thing over time. What has been constructed so far? On special economic zones, we suggest that we be given facts and figures and what benefits are they to society. We do understand that a bit of employment is generated. Then what other societal benefits are generated by these economic zones? We do acknowledge a bit of interventions from the agricultural and rural development sector. Kodwa hayi madoda ukuba usuka ngapha eGqeberha uya eAlfred Nzo. Uya ngapha eAlfred Nzo. Amasimi la akasalinywa kuhlelwe njena onke lamasimi ayelinywa ngela xesha kudala akasalinywa. What this department did was to issue vouchers close to 50,000 per person.
Yes, Honorable Lodisha. Honorable Mahlati.
Gomso.
Unfortunately, only tomorrow. I'm not sure what you are going to discuss tomorrow. Over to you, Honorable Mahlati.
What this department did was to issue vouchers close to 50,000 per person to people that are undertaking farming activities. Ufike beme ngasekho op besithi tata ungathenga ngale 2000 ndikunike i500 intoni leyo enziwayo ngabantu. Who was monitoring this exercise? Somebody must account. If you are driving between Nangahu and Mount Fletcher, we see new tractors of the mechanization project parked in a farm, probably rusting away. That's why we are saying repeatedly, you plan, but not implementation to the logical conclusion. Please, this must be explained as to where is the real value of these interventions. Further, we would love to appreciate the real quantified outputs of Ngoga, Kamata, and Magwa intervention. We struggle to comprehend as to where the inputs, the Tetangombonage, that is made from Mkanduli and Bizana, is sourced from Okanye, Utengwa, Emabulini, Jenge, Lusenle, Drought Relief Fund, Kubayas, Kamata, Itengwa, City Kayona. We saw the appreciated and the issuing of fishing licenses to local people. We were expecting boats and establishment of processing plants only to see refrigerated trucks, but to take away the fish from the local community to towns. We cannot longer eat the fish from our local sea because funeka siyibone imka yonke le fish le iyothengiswa iswa kweza ndawo not upper Eastern Cape. Honorable Speaker, we humbly request to be provided with tangible results, not only wishful thinking. We need explanation as to why there is a train service from East London to Mthatha. That railway is used only once a year by the health provisioning train. And I would talk paper. Is there a study that says the route is not economically viable? If there is, we ask for a copy. So in the basic education space, we are interested in knowing about the math structures. We further need to know the plan for about the plus 60% metric pass rate if it doesn't make even 15% of the learners that started school in 2008. Please check ME's numbers. The ECD sector is still a concern, especially on the placement of practitioners and physical infrastructure is not mentioned. 10 million purchase of ambulance scooters. We do read what Hawks or SIU are doing. What is the provincial government doing to the areas that were previously determined by hotspot areas? Lastly, Honorable Speaker, we as party we are about to mandate of the Department of Housing in respect of the rural development. The focus appears to be urban development. Further, whether it is long mask in drastic weather conditions, and we are here in an air-conditioned chamber, are we really representing them? So bega pina tiko singabheki kuwe sawuncedwa ngubana tiko singancedi kuwe i-UTM izawunceda.
The next honorable member to debate is Honorable Matkubela, who has got 13 minutes. Can you just hold on, let them just wipe off?
Greetings, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable MSs, Honorable Chief Whip, and Honorable Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Chairpersons of Portfolio Committees, members of the House and the guests. Honorable Speaker, the State of the Province address delivered by the Honorable Premier in this House last week gave us, as the ANC and Eastern Cape people, a clear direction of where our province of the legends is heading and a good sense of hope for the future. Indeed, Honorable Speaker, it was a comprehensive and well-articulated State of the Province address. Honorable Speaker, as the ANC, we have always held the view that the local sphere of government plays a critical and vital role in the reconstruction and development of our metros, towns, and rural areas throughout the country. It is at this level that people receive their basic services. That is why it is also important to ensure that the district development model concept is implemented in our province. It was this view that propelled us as we worked tirelessly in the local government negotiating forum in the early 1990s. Needless to say, the Group Areas Act of 1966, the Bantu Affairs Administration Act of 1971, and the Black Local Authorities Act of 1982, and the likes of all sought to make sure that the indigenous people of Umzansi were systematically denied the basic services. And resqala ke thina sawuqala ku 50-50. Honorable members, we remember the gallant struggles we waged against Black local authorities, whose main job was to make sure that they inflict the most pain of their masters through rent increases, housing evictions, bucket system toilets, etc., as there was no integrated development plan. The IDP nithetha ngayo is an ANC. You can see that in the Western Cape under DA. Go to the Black townships. They are staying under unhealthy conditions with no proper sanitation facilities and houses. Bacha oko kula mikhukhu, balahlekelwa kuko konke unyaka nonyaka. Kodwa uyawufika ki-DA izenza bhetele kula Western Cape. Specifically, the Africans basahleli ebugqwayibeni. Asazi ukuba kithetha ukuthini loo nto kwi-DA kula Western Cape. Through the ANC interventions in the negotiating forum, we made sure that arrears for former Black local authorities were scrapped off. ANC government also made sure that all houses were handed over to their rightful owners with title deeds. Bebeqala abantu bakuthi ufumana lento kuthiwa yi-title deeds. Ownership yoba banezindlu ngurhulumente we-African National Congress basho banesidima. To date, Honorable Speaker, there are over 2 million houses that the ANC government has built over the years for the poorest of the poor in our communities, including rural areas with JoJo water tanks. Nangoku iyaqhuba imbokodo Honorable Nonqubela Peters MEC for Human Settlement apha ePhondweni. Nangona ikhona imiceli imingeni apha naphaya. Honorable members, we note that this is a moving target because soon as we build houses, new informal settlements start to crop up. Local municipalities must assist government through Special Planning and Land Use Management Act in designating land for housing purposes before being caught off guard by illegal land invaders. Added to this is the indigent policy grant that is provided to those people who can't afford to pay for the municipal services. We have noted the abuse of RDP houses and are pleased with the steps taken by the municipalities and local communities in collaboration with the SAPS in making sure that houses are not turned into drug dens. We are equally happy that the government is ensuring the RDP houses are not sold. The outcries around housing lists has drastically subsided in the recent past, all thanks to the efforts that the department has been making, ensuring that the process is transparent and community-driven. The people shall govern, and indeed they are governing. We appreciate the contribution of honest citizens in paying for their services and further call on those of us staying in these houses abusing the indigent policy grant to stop doing so as part of their civic and patriotic duty. On the same breath, we cannot ignore or remain silent about the billing system that negatively affects citizens and in the process causing untold misery and unnecessary high levels of stress. The missing middle housing sector received a shot in the arm through the launch of a multi-billion rand project in Pretoria last year by His Excellency, the State President, Ramaphosa. This is further testimony to the ANC government work of realizing the vision where there shall be houses, security and comfort according to the dictates of the Freedom Charter. Honorable Speaker, the ANC government continues to electrify houses in the province and the country at large, despite the challenges presented by infrequent electricity supply in the form of load shedding. We implore our people to refrain from either connecting or illegally using municipal electricity. It is high time that Izinyoka are hit very hard on the head by law enforcement agencies. We also request our communities to report to all those engaged in these illegal acts, especially Cape Mthethweni. Our ANC government continues to provide free electricity to the most deserving of our communities and will do so in the future without prevarication. It goes without saying that the pronouncement by the Premier to augment our electricity grid are most welcomed. We also welcome the pronouncement in the state of the province addressed by the Imzumvubu Dam project. Chief Whip up will soon receive the necessary funding and attention by the ANC government. We will have a semblance of water security in the province. We hope that through this project, local municipalities will align their local economic development plans in line with this project and thus ensure local economic development and sustainable infrastructure that has been laying dormant will come into full use, and so doing fast-tracking water provision to our people. I'm sorry, full use, and by so doing will be fast-tracking water provision to our people. We are hopeful that through working with local communities, illegal water connections, leaking taps and water supply stoppages will soon be a thing of the past. Resulting from this is the issue of providing proper sanitation facilities to the previously neglected areas of local government landscape by the apartheid government. I want to bore you with statistics, Honorable Speaker, on the work done in this area. Ngoku i-addresswa umcimbi we-sanitation even kwi-rural areas badlula bezibona zifakiwe ilento i-toilets pha, unlike eza bucket system sasizifumana zithoba isidima sabantu bakuthi by the apartheid government. Chairperson, Honorable Speaker, proper municipal road infrastructure is something that this democratic government is pursuing with zeal and vigor. As part of Small Towns Revitalization Program, we have noted the announcement by the Premier in this regard. We are pleased by the tarring and paving projects that are undertaken in our previously neglected so-called black townships. Mhlambi ke Tata Mahlathi awuzijonganga ezo nje uthetha ngezize ezinye indlela. Ujonga nje ezindawo zi-negative awuzijongi ezikukho i-progress kuzo. This is very innovative on their part and has created a cohort of experienced road constructors in our localities. We also want to thank USANRAL for utilizing services of SMMEs in major road construction projects in the province. Community protests in the form of burning our tarred roads have put a dampener in our government resolve to accomplish this task. Besicela ke kubahlali ukuba basincedise kule meko. Noko i-development eseyenziwe ngurhulumente we-ANC masingayitshisi because isibuyisela umva. Recreation facilities of our communities is another area that has not escaped the attention of the ANC government. Over the years, we have built many stadiums, recreational parks, swimming pools, community halls, and the likes. This is still work in progress. We also request again civic bodies and opposition parties to discourage their supporters from burning down these social facilities during civic protest. Khalazela le nto ikhalazelayo uyeke uthi makutshiswe. As part of professionalizing local government, we have ensured that there's a clear dichotomy of roles between municipal council and the administration. We refuse to budge on consequence management and recall mechanism of our movement for the transgressors. As the ANC, we have no business in defending corrupt elements within and beyond our ranks, because our marching orders are very clear on the total liberation of our people and bringing about a better life for all. Asifuna ukukhunjuzwa nguwe ke Tata uMahlathi apha.
1 minute remaining, honorable member.
The district development model, a game changer to service delivery, comes into harness the efforts of all spheres of government towards a commonly agreed development program. Honorable Speaker, the strides we made in democratizing local government are there for everyone to see. Very soon we shall be holding our regular elections at that level. We commend the good spirit with which these elections have been held in the past. Sijongeke ku local government elections up to 2021. We want to urge the electorate and the opposition parties to continue with this spirit and avoid Trumpism when election outcomes are announced. Trumpism is understand USA. Honorable Speaker, the ANC welcomes the state of the province addressed by the Honorable Premier. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. We call upon Honorable Kassim from the DA, 6 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, fellow South Africans, I greet you with the universal greeting of peace. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Honorable Premier, members of this House visited schools over the last 2 weeks and were confronted with the anguish of crushed hopes caused by the recurring theme of broken promises. I myself was part of the team visiting schools in the Chris Hani West District, and at Ikwezi Secondary School, which incidentally is in Honorable Konsiwa's village, who just spoke now, there is no physical science teacher and only one mathematics teacher for grades 8, 9, 10, and 11. Honorable Premier, in your SOPA address last year, you made the following promise, and I quote, "We will ensure that we support our schools thoroughly so that every learner reaches the finish line of basic education schooling. This means our schools will be resourced adequately with teachers." Ikwezi Secondary School is one of a whopping 607 schools, Honorable Premier, without sufficient teachers. And yet it is no surprise that only 30% of their learners passed physical science. As for learners reaching the finishing line of basic education schooling, over the past 3 years, 221,626 learners have disappeared between their grade 10 enrollment and their final examinations. Your department's response in this respect has been mumblings about learners moving to other provinces or private schools. 221,000 of them, Honorable Premier, the ignorance is palpable. At the same school, educational assistants appointed on the 1st of December last year have still not been paid, along with close to 10,000 in the province. How exactly do you expect educational and general assistants to work for 3 months without pay? Shame on you. Do you even care, Honorable Premier, that our people have children to feed, and yet you expect them to work as slaves? It is disgusting. At Pumlani Primary School, lives are at risk in dilapidated 1979 prefabs with splitting asbestos roofs. One of over 1,400 asbestos schools in the province that have given up hope in the promises made to eradicate unsafe and inappropriate structures. Michosdal Primary in Fedok was scheduled to be demolished and rebuilt. The Kucha Development Corporation, one of the implementing agents, visited them twice, and yet they heard nothing back. Just like at J.A. Nata Primary, where grade R block was scheduled, followed by radio silence from the same implementing agent. At J.A. Kalata, the school is literally sinking with imminent danger of the entire school collapsing. Sadly, like the fabled emperor, the premier has no clothes. His promises are laid bare. His 2019 SOPA, for example, promised to intensify the rollout of e-learning through the use of Wi-Fi connections in schools to increase learner and teacher interaction. Yet 2 years later, only 8% of schools in the province have broadband internet connectivity. Which brings us to the SOPA, which was delivered last week. Honorable Premier, you bemoaned your work being negatively affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, with learners spending most of their learning time at home. Yet the reason they spent more learning time at home than necessary is because your department sat on their hands for over 2 months, the Department of Education, before making any preparations to reopen schools, pushing back the reopening of schools by months before finally procuring PPE at, get this, over 5 times or up to 5 times their retail value.
Honourable Member, you have 1 minute remaining.
You claim that school nutrition was delivered during the lockdown. It's nothing but a blatant lie. The only province to have done so was the DA-governed Western Cape, despite my office writing to MEC Gadi pleading for us to do the same. Departments were eventually ordered by the courts to provide meals during the lockdowns, and yet despite this, only 3.25% of our learners received meals from the school nutrition program. Your boast of 39 schools being completed during your term is a sore point, as 96 projects were incomplete at the start of 2020, with contractors walking off site since then due to non-payment as penalties, interest, and standing fees mounted. Your claim that 103,000 learners are being accommodated by Scholar Transport again is a lie, Honourable Premier, as only 87,000 learners are being accommodated. So you are basically exposing that you have no clue. This is down from 124,000 who were accommodated last year, whilst 140,000 learners actually need transport in the province. Perhaps your most embarrassing utterance is your boast of 55,000 learners receiving tablets. Your Department of Education ignored Treasury procurement regulations to avoid any competitive bidding, so as to hand-pick
Honourable Member, your time is up. Thank you so much, Honourable Kazim.
6 minutes, Honourable Speaker.
It's 17:10 now. Thank you. Honourable Bese from the ANC, you have 30 minutes. Where's Honourable? No, Honourable Bese, can you please go back? Honourable Bese, can you please go back to your seat? You are not allowed to come down here, please. Yes, we are noting that the members, yes, Honourable Bese, you are taking your time and your mask. Thank you so much. Whilst Honourable Bese is coming down, the Deputy Speaker will also in the process take over to preside over Honourable Bese. Your time is starting now. It is 17:11 and you have 13 minutes. Thank you so much.
Okay. Greetings to Honourable Speaker, Honourable Deputy Speaker, members of the Executive, our Honourable Premier, our Honourable members. The Premier has put it clear in his SOPA. Our immediate task is to intensify the work of transforming the economy and creating jobs. We, as the African National Congress, we are going to do things in a military way. I mean speed and accuracy. We will fast-track development and do things in a supersonic speed, a speed equal to lightning. We are going to double our efforts on service delivery. Therefore, we need a fundamental change in order to shape the economy of the province. ANC is the beacon of hope. i-ANC yibhakane, honorable members, lithemba lawo nawuphina umuntu okhoyo eSouth Africa. Xa ndithetha ngale nkqubo sizawuyiqhuba, ithetha ukuthi loo nto zizawuthaka intlantsi. Let us all roll our sleeves and put our hands on the deck. We dare not fail. Rural development is the cornerstone of the present government. However, agriculture is the basic economic activity in the world. Before you spill over to any economy, you start with primary agriculture, looking after the cattle, looking after the sheep, looking after the goats. In whatever you're going to do, whether you're going to be a chartered accountant or an economist, you'll start there. That's why government is biased towards smallholder farmers, subsistence farmers. Let me tell you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, agriculture is a very powerful weapon to fight the poverty. It's a turnaround something in terms of turnaround. You can turn around unemployment. That you're complaining almost every day about unemployment. It can change that situation. Knowing that food security is the national crisis in the world. Drought and lack of service delivery are the main factors that have exacerbated the problem of food production, distribution, and access in the province. Statistically, we have large number of livestock and big irrigation schemes in the southern Africa. Climate conditions are favorable for crop production along the coast. To say one product, one village. The irony of this is that on one side you have large number of livestock, and on the other you have got no fodder bank of feed. Therefore, it means that our agents, that is SRDA, is going to establish fodder banks as part of our red hubs to avoid importing feed or maize for all our red hubs in various provinces. SRDA is not supposed to focus to primary production, but is supposed to focus on value chain, fundraising, attract investors across the globe. Honorable Deputy Chair, in reality, the scarcity of feed in the province is an endemic feature. The critical question is, should we continue with the livestock improvement scheme, where the department is distributing bulls and rams to various communities, if the issue of the feed is not adequately addressed? When you talk of animal production or animal management, it goes hand in glove with feed. You cannot go away from the feed. The issue of animal health services needs to be addressed. The extension officers are taking pensions and with no replacement. The statistics are shocking. The department is going to address that problem very soon. If we wanted to succeed in this province, these are core in the department. Honorable Deputy Speaker.
I think there is a gadget that is on. Can you please ensure that you mute, you can proceed.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Thank you. This needs a collective leadership of the province, not an individual to address this problem. If you are going around in the rural areas, the farmers will tell you that their livestock, such as sheep, cattle, are their gold, but they require infrastructure and feed. Again, Honorable Deputy Speaker, we must not be preoccupied by commercialization. When the millions are wallowing in the poverty, those who want to commercialize must do that, but our focus should be on the majority who have nothing I am talking about those who depend on home gardens and their livestock for livelihood. The bulk of the budget in the department should be rolled for rural household food security initiatives. The rural household must be assisted in collaboration with the leadership of farmers. We need farmers to get value from the African National Congress, honorable members. There should be a partnership with COGTA, municipality, education, social development, and the DEDEA. Honorable members, COVID-19 is compelling us to think differently as leadership of the province. It cannot be correct to do things in the old way. As Premier of the Eastern Cape, the province in the East, I quote, "Time for talking is over. We need action," close quote. It can't be business as usual. Honorable members, this is my input as part of the collective. This needs all of us and is not directed to anyone. Let us rise to the occasion. As Madiba once said, I quote, "It is all in our hands," close quote. Generally, agriculture remains the Cinderella of African development. Though it is a bedrock of the most economies, government have largely neglected it. African countries should return to the basic by igniting growth revolution in terms of proposing different approach to agriculture, e.g., recommending the support of smallholder subsistence so that they can grow stable indigenous food crops. South Africa is food insecure at national level, but still food insecure at household level, as not all of our households have adequate food. Again, Honorable Deputy Speaker, 34% of South Africans have gone to bed hungry during lockdown. As such, 30.4 million people live in poverty. According to the General Household Survey, levels of food insecurity are high in the Eastern Cape province. 36% of the population of the province are food insecure, followed by Limpopo province. According to National Development Plan, food insecurity is both a cause and a consequence of poverty. Various studies have established that there are synergies between security, unemployment, poverty, and inequality. With this in mind, COVID-19 has exposed our weaknesses and government in terms of prioritizing programs. The Eastern Cape province is endowed with natural resources, but simply ignore these things and focus on things we have been doing for quite a long time, for some years, with no impact on the lives of our people. Honorable Deputy Speaker, home gardens are an integral part of local food systems and actual landscape of developing countries all over the world. In the Eastern Cape, the Department of Rural Development and Agrarian Reform, Health Department, Social Development, COGTA, municipalities should form a dovetail in terms of trying to build a green revolution. We have got clinics. Our clinics must be green, schools must be green, hospitals must be green. Fortunately, across the province, the hospitals that you have, they are sort of small holdings, not less than 3 hectares per hospital. Prisons, churches, old trading stores, villages. Again, Honorable Deputy Speaker, where the spring water protection program has been implemented, should be made green, trying to enforce our green revolution. It has already been started by Honorable MEC of the Dr. Da, of which is doing well in that program. Where there's water, there's life. However, it means that in the areas where there's water, akunyanzelekanga okokubana ibe ngurhulumente okhupha imali for ukuphuhlisa amafama. It's a question of crafting a message, making sure that our farmers, they understand that they are supposed to have something in their gardens. Our farmers are not stubborn in terms of understanding the leadership. They listen to the leadership. Okay. Let me zoom in, Honorable Deputy Speaker, to expropriation of land without compensation. The African National Congress in its Freedom Charter is very clear on the expropriation of land. It adopted the expropriation of land without compensation as a policy in 2017 to address really racial skewed ownership patterns dating back to colonialism and white monopoly. The land shall be shared among those who work it. Restrictions of land ownership on a racial basis shall be ended, and all the land redivided amongst those who work it to banish famine and land hunger. The state shall help the peasant with implements, seed, tractors, and dams to save the soil and assist the tillers. Freedom of movement shall be guaranteed to all who work on the land. All shall have right to occupy the land. Expropriation concept is neither new nor foreign in South Africa, in the South African history. The application of the appropriation bill, if done in a transparent way and equitable manner, will be key in fast-tracking peaceful social and economic transformation of society for the benefit of all. In conclusion, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I want to quote Ben Okri. The most authentic thing about us is our capacity to create, to overcome, to endure, to transform, to love, and to be greater than our suffering. It's welcome the State of the Province address by the Premier. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Person. I will now call upon Honorable Mpenya, 9 minutes. Honorable Mpenya, over to you.
Enkosi, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Lonto, Honorable Besa, no Honorable Maqhubela, hayi niyayingcwalisa i-ANC yenu shem, ingathi anihlali kweli phondo sihlala kulo apha imosha khona. Honorable Deputy Speaker, kule mcimbi yoba singene ku level 1, siwamkele. Ndithi ke njenge ATM siyambulela uThixo ngoba asindise ubomi benu honorable members. So far noko singatsho sithi sisindile sonke ku-COVID-19. Sisalilo silahlekelwe lilungu elinye, may his soul rest in peace. Sigadeke u-third wave noko ke u-health department selefundile lessons pha ku-wave 1 wave 2. Nabantu ke bancedisa urhulumente pha ukwenzela into okokubana noko i-economy yethu izode inyuke sibe sezingeni. Ngoba xa sisebenzisana sisonke ekulweni le-COVID-19 sawuphumelela singajongi urhulumente kuphela siyekelele. Bendicinga uba ke xa sendingena apha kwi-SOPA speech ke Honorable Deputy Speaker, bendicinga uba noko sobe ndive kuthethwa ngento efana no-Bishop Precinct ngo-small town revitalization. Ngoba kaloku okokoko ubungazijonga zonke izipitches ezigqithileyo kukho izinto ezimbini. Bendiba ke iyawuthi xa ibuyele ezincwadini noko ibuye isithi nazi successes esinazo ngezi zinto ezimbini. Honorable Premier, noko ungaphinda ubuye nayo ngoku izinto zombini ungaphinda ubuye nazo. Xa sisiya phaa komasipala ndivile phaa kwintetho yakho Honorable Premier usithi ni-identifyile i-source ye-problems zoba kubekho instability komasipala. Waphinda wathi as i-solution i-solution yale problem niza intensify i-support to municipalities to arrest the political and capacity related problems. Uyadlalisa Honorable Premier. Uyadlalisa ndivile ubawonisha pha. Uyadlalisa wena as usihlalo we-ANC apha ephondweni, not uPremier ke ngoku. Nguwe ofanele into yobana uqinisekise into yobana kukho instability phaa kwabamasipala ngokuthi ungavumeli i-cadre deployment ne-election process ye-PR councillors. Ezo PR councillors zibuye zibe ngoomeya zibe ngoo-mayoral committee members zizonyulwe based on uba yeyiphi inkampu ewinileyo xa bekusiywa kwi-elections khe zonyulwe mazonyulwe based on i-capacity ne-competency ngoba aba bantu libafakayo phaa kwezaa ndawo based on ukuwina inkomfa bayayi-undermine i-leadership abayamkeli i-accountability ngoba kaloku bathi behleli nje andikwazi ba-akhawuntisa ngoba bathi behleli nje babe begushe inkomfa elandelayo nani ke niqonda uba nifuna uphinda nonyulo i-classic case in point kulo mcimbi lo mcimbi wasemathole nibhizi ne-financial recovery plan niyeka ukujonga kuqala uba ithini i-root cause yala problem yapha i-poor management ne-non-compliance nazo yonke imithetho ekhoyo phaa yabona ke xa kunjalo kuthetha ukuthi u-MM no-CFO ngabo aba-responsible for laa nto nina nivele nilungiselela kwabona mabaphinde bazongena phaa ayikwazi uba ibe njalo aphinde nomeya xa kubuzwa kutheni bengasuswa aba bantu uthi hayi ba-edishivile bobathathu aba bantu mabahambe kulaa masipala xa umeya ekwazi ukuthi abantu abamoshe umasipala ngolaa hlobo athi ba-edishivelu abazosuswa bobathathu abana-vision mos ngabantu basemathole fanele uba abakho kulaa masipala bobathathu yabona ke kulo mcimbi ndithi iya-undermine leadership jonga laa mcimbi we-alleged WhatsApp ekhoyo kwi-Daily Dispatch uba mandiyicacise ngo-alleged ngoba lo ndiyanazi ningaqhuma nenze i-point of order u-undermine u-MEC phaa nimgcineleni umuntu onjani kufanele bakwenza i-investigation kubekwe la MM ku-suspension while kusa-investigatwa leni ngoba uyayiphika kulula yani phaa kwa-IT nakoontoni zonke ezaa ndawo kuyiwa kuzo ze-WhatsApp niyokhangela uba kwenzeke ntoni phaa ngubani uthumele laa nto xa yeyiphika ukuyifumana kwenu nimgxothe ndithe makabe eba kwi-suspension ngoba if ani-80 kule nto you are setting i-precedent wrong bonke aba-MM bawuhlala be-disrespect ii-MECs ezikhoyo nezawulandela ilishwa ke u-Honorable Nqatha wenza izinto by the books yabona ke i-cadre deployees zayicaphukela incwadi ngoba ezinye azazi nale nto ibhalwe kule ncwadi azazi imithetho zazi baqhandi lapha for mna so ifuna into yobana ke Honorable Premier as i-ANC chairperson ufixe i-ANC policies fix your cadre deployment policies fix your selection process policies kuye kungena abantu ngokuba kubhekiswe ezinkomfeni bangene ngokwe-competence kunye ne-capacity ngokokwakho ke as upremier not uchairperson landela i-accountability kwaba kwezi civil servants zakho landela i-accountability honorable deputy speaker kulo mcimbi we-corruption kaloku siyi-epicenter ye-corruption apha eprovincini siyaziwa ukuba sizawuthi okokoko kanti kusagxotha i-MECA 1 siqhwaba izandla sithi kudilwa ne-corruption hayi baninzi o-MEC ekudala apha kucomplainwa ngabo kusithiwa benza izinto abagxothwanga kugxothwe only one ukuze kube kuyaqhutywa apha kufuneka sibone uba wonke umuntu ocomplainwa ngaye njengaba kucomplainwa ngo-honorable Gomba wonke uyahamba ingaphumi nodlolwazana wonke umuntu xa ichaphazeleka don't talk about i-corruption act nge-corruption kungenjalo siyadlala honorable premier u-honorable Maqhubela uthi uyasiwonisha uba ze siyeke i-Trumpism i-Trumpism kaloku yeyenu honorable Maqhubela ye-ANC loo nto abantu esibazi ngothi xa beluza oomasipala babe nee-groups ezibarongo emadoda njengoba sizawubethwa apha ku-2021 kuba siqhuba ngakakuhle ngoba siyazazi simoshile apha kwi-PPEs siyazazi uba simoshile apha kwi-COVID-19 masithethane ke xa siluza siluzeni singaxelisi uTrump not thina i-IDP yeyona nto imosha oomasipala ngabantu benu aba bangayi
2 minutes remaining.
To be continued, Honorable Speaker. Bandiphazamisa ndizawubuya kula 9 minutes yam. Enkosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mvenya.
Sautis.
Honorable Zibonda, 6 minutes.
Nimosha gqithi nani.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Greeting to the Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the legislature, members of staff, and members
of... Honorable Zibonda.
Umhla sikuve.
Yavakala ngo out of touch with us, the people of this province. If he did put us first, he would be spending state funds on providing an enabling environment for farmers to thrive. He would be building this water infrastructure. He wants government to farm. Each and half of this province, family in its grip for the past 6 years. The Premier was silent about this. Which planet do you live, Honorable Premier? Because everyone who lives on planet Earth should know the crisis of climate change. In fact, this government was given a comprehensive report years ago that set out exactly how the climate was changing and the impact it would have on the province, but it did nothing. Your government, Honorable Premier, has failed to put together a coordinated team from different departments such as COGTA and Dr. Da to ensure that the necessary support is provided to farmers to mitigate the impact of the drought and make strategic interventions to augment water supplies. Dr. Da has made no financial support available to farmers for drought mitigation. To add insult to injury, they have grossly underspent their farmer settlement development and food security budget as reflected by their 2020-2021 media financials. The same department is spending approximately $500,000 on drilling a borehole and 100,000 rands on scooping one dam to become the cash cow for connected cadres. Otherwise, how would you explain such exorbitant amounts? Honorable Speaker, in preparing for this response, I also took time to go back to last year's SOPA. In it, the Premier spoke highly of the potential of cannabis production in the province. This year, he is saying the same things, but there has been no new developments, no significant progress. The Premier is still pronouncing the same thing he pronounced last year. I don't know if you heard uPremier waseGauteng esithi yena uready phakwela phondo lakhe to process cannabis. That means that we will see the same thing again, where farmers in the Eastern Cape grow the produce but have to take it somewhere else for processing. Khawuleza, Honorable Premier, okanye uzawuqawuka kakhulu. A study by Interpol in 2004 placed South Africa in the 4th place among the largest producers of cannabis, with most of it being produced in the Eastern Cape. South Africa could unlock 107 billion rands cannabis industry if government passes the necessary regulations to make it hand out that the estate is not viable, not profitable, and it is under financial constraints. The machinery is not sufficient, and this limits its production potential. There is still no secure access to investors, and crop diversification has not yet been implemented. How do you plan to fix this before you go on and invest more money in this project, Honorable Premier? I do not believe you can go forward without uprooting these problems. The production costs at Magwati are so high that it is being sold far below the production cost just to move it. This means we are losing money. We are producing tea at 102 rands per kilogram when the market price for tea is around 40 rands per kilogram. Premier, we cannot keep throwing away money on a failed project. Your government are not tea farmers, Mr. Premier, nor should it to thrive, such as creating decent roadmap to create sustainable jobs. The DA would not invest in a failing project. Instead, it would direct resources to viable and sustainable projects that...
Honorable Kutsi.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable Speaker, Honorable members of the Executive Council, legislator, and distinguished of our province. It has left behind orphans, widows, and widowers. Even in this August House, it has robbed us of a colleague and one of the most dedicated persons in the legislature, Honorable Fatani. Let us commit to keep this. Secondly, State of the Province address about the name changes of the cities, towns, and places in our province, which was announced on the same day of his State of the Province address. I must ask changes in the Government Gazette, or did the Honourable Premier just choose not to spoil his State of the Province address? The name changes of, among others, Port Elizabeth, Macrae, and Uitenhage serves as a clear proof that the ruling party considers cheap politicking and his failed ideology more important than the financial crisis in which South Africa, and for that matter, our province finds itself. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the cost related to changing names are immense, and money should rather have been used to bring economy relief, clear price for taxpayers to pay and economic crisis. It is unacceptable, especially seeing as the people of the Eastern Cape are constantly out. Honourable Deputy Speaker, these were devastating people. Like sportsmen, persons, artists, and many, the money was wasted on the senseless name changes would have been put to better use to help these people to get back on their feet, secure of any income for anyone. The ANC, with his WAP ideology, has shown time and again, once said, and I quote, "When you can't build towns or cities, rename existing ones. When you can't build infrastructure, just rename the existing one. By just renaming things instead of creating things, you acknowledge your incompetence." To hear how the Honourable Premier has, with respect, spent too much time on mentioning strategic infrastructure programs aimed at connecting networks and rendering our province as a big construction site, instead of concentrating on the reasons why our province struggles to grow its financial management, infrastructure planning and implementation are not further. We need to ensure that the municipal workers are skilled, productive, and committed to their task, will be committed to the province. Most of these projects to help to recover the economy is in the hands of people like the South African National Road Agency, it's called SANRAL, and the automotive industry and Transnet, and hardly any commitments from the province that we can make us proud. Honourable Speaker, I further noticed in the Honourable Premier's speech that the province are accelerating the implementation of the Makwa Mayalo agro-ecotourism project. This project failed as a tea plantation, as it was non-economic sustainable, but a fruitless expenditure. But this province continued to spend hard-earned taxpayers' money on a project with no chance of success. Rather spend the money on existing tourism to help them to recover after the COVID-19 pandemic and re-employ the employees that have lost their jobs, poverty and inequality, and grow the economy. To achieve these challenges, we need to fight and to rally the Premier on the occasion, on the action he took to remove the Ministry of Health. Honourable Deputy Speaker, I'll continue later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kotsi. Honourable Noti from Democratic Alliance. Over to you, ma'am. 6 minutes.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier, members and guests, good afternoon. I will keep my mask here under my chin. It hides my double chin at this angle. Honourable Deputy Speaker, without a doubt, the collapse and failure of various local authorities in the Eastern Cape is one of the most significant problems that government in the province is faced with, as the sphere of government that is closest to the people. With a third of municipalities officially standing on the edge of the fiscal cliff
and up to 83% of municipalities in rather precarious financial positions, with 24 out of 39 municipalities unable to pay their creditors within the legislated 30-day period. It was expected that much greater emphasis would be placed on turning around the potential disastrous position by putting in place support structures, multidisciplinary task teams and mechanisms to stabilise the state of local government in the Eastern Cape. The state of local government is central to the ability of government to deliver meaningful services to residents. The failure of local authority has devastating consequences for the quality of life of our residents in the Eastern Cape. And its continuous collapse will undoubtedly lead to more suffering, as it has damaging effects on the local economy and the inevitable failure of infrastructure in the form of access to water, sanitation, roads and electricity. Although mention was made, Honourable Deputy Speaker, of increasing the revenue base of municipalities, there was no mention of a strategy to address some of the most prevalent factors that plague our municipalities, such as cadre deployment, officials that are not fit for purpose, the filling of key and critical vacancies, the escalating cost of employment in our municipalities, maladministration, poor collection rates, and the ongoing fraud and corruption within these local authorities. One of the factors that have devastating consequences for the financial position of the majority of municipalities in the Eastern Cape, which remains a province-wide evil, is the escalating Eskom debt. Without a doubt, this is a problem that should be prioritised as a matter of urgency, with the combined Eskom debt for local authorities in the Eastern Cape having surpassed the 2 billion rand mark last month. We need a clear way forward, Honourable Deputy Speaker, out of this mess, and if it is not prioritised, you can mark my words that in a year's time, I will be standing here again speaking of how the Eskom debt has now surpassed the 3 billion rand mark. And we will continue to be plagued by payment agreements with Eskom that is not being honoured. We will continue to be plagued with continuous threats and notices by the power supplier that bulk electricity interruptions will be implemented in these municipalities. Honourable Speaker, I have to go as far as saying that local government in the Eastern Cape is in need of a complete overhaul. These municipalities must be read the Riot Act. People that are not fit for purpose, multidisciplinary task teams must be established for municipalities in distress. Money for Eskom must be ring-fenced, and a culture of compliance, good governance, and a capable state must be instilled in these local authorities. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Premier called for residents to pay for the services they receive. But Honourable Deputy Speaker, if people receive the services that must be delivered to them, they will be more than happy to pay for it. When government demonstrates that they can be trusted with the public purse, people will have no problem paying for their rates and taxes. As is testament in the DI Rankauga municipality, where a collection rate of above 90% was maintained, even throughout the pandemic. If a local authority proves that they can be trusted, collection rates will start to improve and it will be maintained. On a different note, Honourable Deputy Speaker, with regards to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, the DI believes that more must be done to strengthen the mandate of the department as the infrastructure nerve centre of the province. The capacity of DPWI to earn its place as the infrastructure nerve centre of the province will remain a problem unless a strategy is put in place to bolster infrastructure project delivery on time and within budget. Sadly, the status quo of incomplete schools and clinics remains the Achilles heel of the DPWI. While the Honourable Premier stated that the long-awaited Bishop Precinct needed to be reviewed, he ends there. So what now? At what cost? What are the implications? Honourable Deputy Speaker, it is clear that we will continue to see an escalation of public funds spent on the housing of governmental department and reduce the pressure on the public purse. And I will say it again, mark my words, I will be standing here again next year speaking about the same Bhishu Office precinct that is still incomplete. And Honourable Deputy Speaker, I really hope that I can be proved wrong. And if I am wrong next year this time, I will be the first person
Thank you very
to
much.
commend the department for what they've done.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I will now call upon Honourable Ms. Luciti for the African National Congress. Honourable Member, over to you.
Sibulele, Sekela Somlomo, obekekileyo, inkulumbuso yephondo ehloniphekileyo, amalungu endlu yowiso-mthetho ahloniphekileyo, iinkokheli zemibutho emelweyo kwindlu yowiso-mthetho, iinkokheli zendlu yenkosi, umlawuli jikelele wephondo neentloko zamasebe. Manene nani manenekazi, luntu lweMpuma Kapa luphela ndiyanibhotisa. Nkulu baphathiswa, intetho yakho ngobume bephondo ivakele kwaye inika ithemba kunye nempembelelo kuluntu lweMpuma Kapa luphela. Namhlanje sidibene apha kwindlu yowiso-mthetho sizoxhasa, sizokwengeza kuba kukho abangurhulumente ngeziboningeni ejongene nolutsha nabafazi, time of great social and economic distress which has brought to families. We note the strides that you have referred to in your speech regarding our collective efforts as government, business, civil society, and the people in the fight against the pandemic. Moreover, we take to heart the declaration by the President in January that our immediate priority as a country is to overcome the COVID-19 pandemic. We further noted and internalized your message that our most urgent task now is to intensify the work of transforming the economy and creating jobs. Moreover, you stressed that our quest to build the Eastern Cape we want also requires us to focus our attention on consolidating the social wage through reliable basic services and poverty alleviation and social protection. In this regard, we believe that the efforts of the ANC-led government to provide comprehensive social protection to vulnerable people and households in distress, while also addressing challenges confronting youth, women, and people living with disabilities, is paramount in realizing our social transformation objective. Honourable Deputy Speaker, let me depart from our historical context of our nation. The security system, which was social security was entrenched in Section 27, subsection C of the Constitution. The fundamental shift being the right to human dignity, equality, the adoption of mental welfare and development. In order to open, we witnessed a series of cabinet-led reforms starting by the Committee of Inquiry into the Comprehensive System of Social Security, otherwise known as the Taylor Report. One of its key recommendations was the establishment of a single national security fund, which later led to the creation of SASSA. Such reforms have been further consolidated in our policy blueprint, the NDP, which seeks to create conditions and livelihoods of those who are most at risk. Indeed, the impact of COVID-19 has exacerbated an increased vulnerability and further reduced avenues for families to support themselves. While broadly speaking, the social wage and protection in South Africa consists of 6 major pillars. But Honourable Deputy Speaker, allow me to stick only to the 4, which is the first one. I will talk to the access to free basic services, such as shelter, water, sanitation, energy for the poor household. All these, the ANC government continues to provide to the most vulnerable in our province. In addition, the ANC-led government provides access to free education in 60% of the schools in our poor communities, with their own nutrition and transportation program. Free healthcare is available, especially for pregnant women. And our comrade Zibonda, Honourable Zibonda, will only see these if they happen in the Western Cape. The second pillar is our social assistance, such as the cash grants,
that are funded straight from the fiscus. These grants include the Child Support Grant, which in the province, it supports over 1 million recipients. Care Dependency Grants, providing for 22,000 recipients in the Eastern Cape alone. The Foster Care Grant, supporting 59,000 beneficiaries in our province. The Grant in Aid with 32,000 beneficiaries in our province. Old Age Grants with almost 600,000 beneficiaries from the Eastern Cape. The Disability Grant benefiting 180 recipients. And of course, the Social Relief of Distress Grants. These grants provide regular income support to more than half of the households in South Africa and almost 2 million beneficiaries in the Eastern Cape. The social and the economic relief package that government introduced in April last year, following the declaration of the pandemic, is the largest intervention of its kind in our history. Nationally, SASSA has processed in excess of 9.6 million applications each month from May to January and has paid more than 6.5 million grants per month. The portion of these beneficiaries from our province is an average of 790,000 people from 270 million rands per month. Nationally, the total number spent on the special COVID-19 grant to date has exceeded 16 billion. We also fully welcome the President's announcement to extend the special COVID-19 grant. In addition, the Department of Social Development with SASSA has provided over 37,000 food parcels, which augmented by the 28,477 coming from the Solidarity Fund, and more came from our private and civic society donation. The third pillar, Honorable Deputy Speaker, speaks to the welfare services that are available in the country. These include residential care services, government-subsidized residential care services, such as places of safety, children's home, old age homes, rehabilitation centers, home for the disabled, and rehabilitation centers for alcohol and drug abusers. We also have our non-residential care services centers, such as therapy, counseling facilities, service centers for the aged, protective workshops, and early childhood development centers. The last pillar I'm going to speak on, Honorable Deputy Speaker, is the expanded public works program, which provides work and skills development opportunities for the most vulnerable. EPWP represents one of the social protection tools to address the poverty and unemployment challenges in South Africa. Honorable Deputy Speaker, allow me to reflect on the progress highlighted by the Premier on EPWP, where at the end of January 2020, which is equivalent to 102% to the EPWP annual target of 93,687 work opportunities. Government has particular interventions towards the development and mainstreaming of youth, women, and persons with disabilities. These interventions are led by clear policies and strategies. Perhaps one of the most important steps in this regard has been the realignment and reconfiguration of government at a national level to have the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities in June 1991. The work of this department is critical to accelerate socio-economic transformation and implementation of the empowerment and participation of women, youth, and persons with disabilities through monitoring, evaluation, oversight, and influencing policy. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the first phase of Isiqalo Youth Fund has provided financial and non-financial support to 8 youth-owned enterprises in the province for the total amount of 10.1 million. The second phase of Isiqalo Youth Fund is benefiting 12 projects that are led by young people. 6,050 jobs have been created through our 2 industrial development zones, and 353 young people have received skills training in the last financial year. At a provincial level, more than 6,500 young people benefited from financial assistance for education, training, and skills development across our departments. Moreover, 569 owned co-ops and enterprises, which are mainly owned by young people, have been supported by departments in the provincial departments. Work towards promoting and protection of rights of persons with disabilities is also underway. Several capacitation sessions were convened in this financial year. These included one where teachers in deaf schools were trained at St. Thomas School for the Deaf in Statarem in the Amatole district, where the session focused on the new sign languages, especially those that are relating to COVID-19. A month-long Deaf Awareness Month program was coordinated with the objective of increasing awareness, solicit partnerships with government institutions and communities. Government also hosted a number of empowerment programs for East Pokutla development for the intellectually disabled in East London. Honorable Speaker, as government, we are busy implementing the country's policy framework on women empowerment and gender equality through integrating policy directives and budgeting concerning women development, vigorous implementation of victim empowerment and gender-based violence program. In the current financial year, through the Department of Social Development, more than 760 women participated in various empowerment programs for skills development on women's rights in partnership with other stakeholders. In addition, more than 2,000 women were mobilized to attend and participate in community development program, dialogues on gender equality, gender-based violence, establishment of food gardens, and the impact of COVID-19. As I conclude, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the speech of the Premier stressed that our quest to build the Eastern Cape we want also required us to focus our attention on consolidating the social wage through reliable basic services and poverty alleviation and social protection. In this regard, the effort I've cited above clearly demonstrate efforts of the ANC-led government to provide comprehensive social protection to vulnerable people and households in distress, while also addressing challenges confronting youth and people living with disabilities, which is the work which is paramount in realizing our social transformation objectives. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. I will now go to call upon Democratic Alliance, Honorable Member. 6 minutes. Addressing Eastern Cape.
Actually be transported after instruction note 56 is been implemented in this financial year, which will result that 63,000 additional learners will not be transported. I'm sorry to say this cannot be the case. Honorable Deputy Speaker, to you, Premier, you and your ANC government is failing our children dismally. You are robbing them of an opportunity to better their future. Stop throwing our children for the wolves. I encourage the Premier to consider moving this function of scholar transport back to the Department of Education in order to deliver the needy service that are needed. Deputy Speaker, the DA is listening to his people. We can build the Eastern Cape upon a rock of good governance.
Thank you very much.
And get back on track, because where the DA governs, South Africa benefits. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. African National Congress, Honourable Lobisha. 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Over to you, ma'am.
Deputy Speaker, ndibulise kuPremier wephondo njengelengobe njengomntu osuka pha kulaa mhlaba waseGqeberha. Ndibulise nakuzo zonke iingcanga zeli phondo ngale njikalanga. Ndifuna ukuthi ke Honourable Deputy Speaker, phambi kokuba ndihlahlele phambili, Honourable Marshall, they must return the votes of those who are speaking the silly language. If you think Gqeberha is a silly language, return those votes and leave Parliament. The State of the Nation of the Province Address clearly outlined how the ANC government has redoubled its effort on fighting corruption, crime, gender-based violence, which is the reputation of government, destroying public confidence in the state and its institutions to the detriment of the developmental agenda of the province. Honourable Deputy Speaker, as the ANC, we welcome the fact that the Premier is leading from the front in fighting corruption and maleficence, for example, on the allegations of the corruption on on PPE's procurement, the government has acted speedily on the alleged cases and referred them to the Special Investigating Unit for investigation. We welcome the fact that the Premier has demonstrated that he is prepared to implement SIU recommendations without fear or favor, regardless of the persons involved. We also commend the progress that government officials doing business with the state in our province has been reduced by 67% between 2018 and 2019 to 2021 to 2020 and 2021 financial year. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we must set the record straight here. A lie has been repeated so many times in this House that where DA governs, it governs better. But I must tell you that it is a blue lie. DA has no moral standing on corruption. In Tshwane, the public protector has found that people with no required qualifications have been placed in positions of immense responsibility under DA leadership. In the city of Johannesburg, massive corruption under Herman Mashaba, DA-led administration is being exposed and corrected every day. In George, the former DA mayor faces corruption charges. The list is endless. So they must not come here and speak lies. We appreciate the ANC 6th administration that has moved with speed to restore the integrity and independence of law enforcement agencies and provide them with the means to effectively fight crime, corruption. As part of this, NPA, SARS, PIC, Hawks, state security agencies all have a new leadership, so their mandate has been renewed. Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, it is the ANC that has deliberately built checks and balances of our democracy and empowered Chapter 9 institutions to work independently to guard this democracy against exploitation. Just recently, the Auditor General has been strengthened with new powers, amongst others, the new power to give AG a mandate to compel government officials implicated in irregularities to pay back the money out of their own pocket to the state. Within NPA, an investigating directorate has been established to investigate and prosecute high-level corruption. Special Investigating Unit, Special Tribunal has been set up to recoup embezzled funds from the state. As the ANC, we applaud SIU for the biggest recovery to date against APP South Africa, amounting to 1.5 billion rand. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I quote the words of our democratic president of the ANC-led government, Utatu Nelson Mandela, who once said, "Freedom cannot be achieved unless women have been emancipated from all forms of oppression." Honorable Deputy Speaker, we are also confronted with second pandemic of gender-based violence, which is rooted on deep patriarchal social norms, gender inequality, social and social and economical inabilities, family dysfunctional, low social values attached to women and girls, and levels of unaccountability for violent behavior perpetrated against the female population. Patriarchy is also deeply embedded in all spheres of our lives, beginning in the private sphere, the family, spreading out to and through the whole public sphere, including the state and all its institutions, education, work, religion, media, etc. That is taken as a natural and God-given. It is therefore important to note that some of the core drivers of the pandemic cannot be dealt with by law alone. We therefore need to restore the culture of responsible parenting, accountability, as to rehabilitate good family values and to take responsibility in bringing back peace in our neighborhood. Empirical evidence and lived experience in South Africa show that access and participation of a sizable number of women is in decision-making structures has been critical for the struggle against patriarchy and transformation in the society. And we are proud to say in our province, and we want to also applaud the leadership of our Honorable Premier, that there is a Department of Safety and the Provincial South African Police Service has made a formidable effort to respond to the parallel pandemic of gender-based
2 minutes
violence
remaining.
and femicide in our society. Just as we did in the COVID-19, victim-friendly rooms have been established in all police stations, court watch brief, which follows cases of GBV that have been set aside for no apparent reason. It has been part of the achievements that the Safety Department has put forward so that we fight against the gender-based violence. The alignment with the National GBV Plan of Action as led by the Provincial Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Committee has been one of the achievements that the Eastern Cape government has committed to. Honorable Chair, the implementation of the Court Watch Brief program in the OR Tambo district has yielded positive results to resuscitate GBV cases which have been struck off the roll. Working together with the Department of Justice and National Prosecuting Authority, South African Police Service, an integrated model to improve criminal justice system has been undertaken. These efforts include the approval of the re-establishment of Justice Crime Prevention Security Cluster by the Provincial Cabinet and approval of the Program of Action, the GCPS cluster. Working together, we can defeat corruption and crime and the scourge of GBV. Honorable Speaker, the ANC welcomes the state of the province addressed by the Honorable Premier, and we hope that going forward, all other political parties are going to embrace the program going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, I will now invite the Democratic Alliance, Honorable Makaka. Honorable Makaka, the floor is yours.
Speaker, thank you. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Premier of the Province, members of the House.
Honorable Makaka, wherever you are, please address the legislature.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier,
Volume.
And the members of the House. Hello, Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, this debate takes place at a time when the province is facing many challenges in the provision of decent houses and integrated human settlement for all. This debate, Speaker, also takes place amidst the challenges of a shrinking budget dedicated in the provision of decent houses. Honorable Deputy Speaker, when it comes to building houses, it is well known that you need a solid foundation. Without this, no matter how much effort you put in stabilizing the walls, no matter how much time you put into interior decoration, if you don't have a solid foundation, sooner or later, it will all come down tumbling. Honorable Speaker, this province needs a foundation of good governance. It needs a government that works. Unfortunately, the current foundations are on an unstable ground, Speaker, and the cracks are becoming bigger and bigger. Despite, Speaker, a shrinking budget, the Department of Human Settlement continues to fail in spending its allocated budget. I have recently learned that the Eastern Cape is going to lose 21% of its allocated Human Settlement Development Grant, which is valued at 388 million, which will be relocated to other provinces. Speaker, the Premier noted that there are performance-related challenges in the department. These performance-related challenges are the reasons the people of this province are going to lose this 388 million. The Honorable Premier has also admitted that the Department of Human Settlement is a department that is in disaster. But what is the Premier doing about that? The department has only delivered 3,399 housing units and only 3,162 service sites, and disappointingly rectified 255 housing units. In the Premier's State of the Province address, he made a commitment to deliver 8,123 housing units for 2020-2021 financial year. What will the consequences be for those officials who have only been able to meet half of their yearly target? The Honorable Premier, Speaker, mentioned the upgrading and the eradication of informal settlements as one of the programs of his government. The truth of the matter is that this program is not being implemented at a pace that is satisfactory and efficient. We as the party, we welcome the two big housing projects mentioned by the Premier, the Bay West Housing Project and the Sinat Housing Project. We hope that there will be capacity enough to deliver on them. And what remains as a challenge is the implementation of these big housing projects in the implementation of the bulk infrastructure by various municipalities. The budget, Speaker, allocated for the small town revitalization program is also welcome and should assist with the provisioning of bulk infrastructure in towns which have been identified. Honorable Speaker, we urge the Premier and his government to deal with all areas which have been affected by the disaster as he have committed. A particular attention, Honorable Speaker, must also be given to the title deeds restoration program. The pace at this program is
2 minutes remaining.
so disappointing. There were only, Speaker, 1,711 title deeds transferred against a total number of 10,500 in the past financial year. Speaker, the individual housing subsidy program also needs to be accelerated. Attention should be given to the approval of the individual subsidy applications, which need much speed, especially in the areas of Gelvendale, Helenvale, and Bloemendal in the Nelson Mandela Metro. The Honorable Premier should also consider sending the Eastern Cape Rental Housing Tribunal to the Western Cape for lessons on resolving complaints. The Western Cape Rental Housing Tribunal is using innovative and technological ways to deal with the cases. Speaker, there is also a need to urgently integrate, synergize the work by the Housing Development Agency, municipalities, and the Department of Human Settlement. This will ensure that there is a coordinated approach in housing development in this province. For the Department, Speaker, of Human Settlement to deal with the challenges that the Premier has identified, and for them to implement all the programs that the Premier has highlighted in his latest SOPA speech. There is a need for change in the leadership of the department. As you have noted, there is a lack of competency and leadership within the department. That's why, as the Democratic Alliance, we call on the sacking of the MEC of Human Settlement. We hope that you will heed our call with agents that it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makaka from DA. I will now call upon Honorable Nyalambisa from the African National Congress. At least he was not there.
Sekela somlomo obekekileyo, mandiqale ngokuzibulisela kuwe, inkulumbuso yephondo, amalungu endlu yowiso-mthetho namagosa karhulumente, nakwiindwendwe zethu ezimamele kobuxhaka-xhaka bale mihla. Sekela somlomo, in the face of a stubbornly inactive economy, further impacted by the adverse effects of the coronavirus, and the urgent need to strengthen our country and province's resilience against such threats, our progressive State of the Province address has highlighted important tasks at hand: combating COVID-19, economic reconstruction and recovery, stabilizing the power and energy supply, prioritizing education and skills development to produce an employment market ready and responsive workforce, and generally improving the lives of our people. This requires that we effect a capable, ethical, and responsible development state that can carry the aspiration of our people towards meaningful transformation that will break the shackles of bondage born out of 300 years of systematic physical, mental, and economic oppression of our people. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the ANC-led government has been persistent in pursuit of the implementation of the district development model in order to address weaknesses in planning and integrate planning, coordination, and budgeting across the three spheres of government. It is our express intent to realize a state which drives local development that will benefit the masses. Of course, the integrated planning model was bound to be met with fierce opposition by liberals, whose slogan is ironically, "One nation, one future." This rejection is hidden under the stiffness of protecting the constitutional autonomy of local and provincial government. So they say. The reality, Honorable Deputy Speaker, is that the opposition is more concerned about everything under the sun, instead of committing to narrowing the distance between the people and their government and enhance public participation in socio-economic development. Asothuki into kwesekela somlomo kuba igwiba le-autonomy lelona libambeka kamnandi xa uzawubetha abantu bakuthi ubabambile bathi bedinga iinkonzo zoluntu kube kukhunyushwa. Honorable Deputy Speaker, an ethical state compels us to act in a way which is consistent with a set of moral or ethical principles and standards in navigating the social contract between the electorate and the representatives, which they have elected, and by extension, those represent government as the most senior leaders in the implementation of government's program of action. However, mismanagement and corruption are but some of the cancers which have negatively affected the relationship between the state and citizens. As the leader in society, the ANC is consistent in its strategy towards tightening
the news and dealing with the corruption allegations. We must maintain that ANC-led government representatives should at all times be committed to the value system required by good and clean government principles, because the reality is that we are determined to achieve a national democratic society guided by revolutionary morality and leadership integrity. It is this reason that we supported, for example, the publishing of the list of companies that were awarded COVID-19 tenders, and further hailed the investigation conducted by the SIU on irregularities. Our commitment to revolutionary morality is further seen in the action taken against public representatives involved in COVID-19 food parcel acquisition and delivery irregularities, as well as those who have been involved in dubious activities. Our shoes are on, and we are walking the talk. Honorable Deputy Speaker, our collective efforts are aimed to realizing a developmental state that plays an integral role in guiding economic development and using the country's resources to meet the needs of the people. The arrival of the coronavirus in our shores highlighted this role, as the state were compelled to institute interventions to mitigate the effects of the pandemic on our socio-economic landscape. Despite the worldwide economic downturn, our ANC-led government has advanced a compelling defense against the economic shock in the province. One, in supporting businesses in distress, the retention of 1,538 jobs. Two, 763,470 employees have benefited from the temporary employee relief scheme. It is important for us to reflect on such because it is the truth that shows the ANC's commitment towards meeting the aspiration of our people. Deputy Speaker, it is important to highlight that 2020 learners lost considerable amount of learning time. In some instances, this was compounded by an inability to study at home due to various reasons, such as poor network connectivity, adapting the new normal teaching method, by COVID-related deaths, and general anxiety. Honorable Deputy Speaker, furthermore, the recently concluded schools visit program confirms the Amnesty International sentiments that while South Africa has made progress in providing access to education, tackling the deeply entrenchment legacy of apartheid still proves to be challenged, especially in the rural areas. In this regard, it is important to highlight the interventions instituted by our government towards ensuring that our school reopen with a minimal disruption as possible under the circumstances. One, the availing of EAs and GAs under the Sanctioned Education Employment Initiative. Tranche payment for purposes of PPE procurement for learners, educators, and non-teaching staff. Continuation of school nutrition program for learners during striker lockdown levels. Ensuring that school transport systems run smoothly within adherence to COVID-19 protocols, and also the availing of water tanks to ensure that school adhere to hygiene protocols of regular hand washing and maintaining the sanitary environment. Deputy Speaker, be that it may, the harsh reality is that the country has been plunged into crisis, and the ANC-led government efforts at recovery are what keeps the flame of hope burning among ordinary South Africans. The ANC, therefore, gives full support to the State of the Province address as the vehicle. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nyalambisa from the African National Congress. I will now call upon Democratic Alliance, Honorable Botha. Honorable Botha, please take the podium.
Good afternoon, Deputy Speaker. All protocols observed. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Am I audible?
Yes, you can.
Deputy Speaker, am I audible? All protocols are observed. During the past 2 weeks, I was part of oversight visits to ensure school readiness in the Sarah Baartman district in the Eastern Cape. My heart broke to have experienced so many people, young and old, walking the streets aimlessly, begging for money or something to eat, while we pay exorbitant taxes to the government that should be used to help them. The above reminded me that our provincial unemployment figures remain the worst in the country, shooting up from 45.8% in the third quarter to 47.9% in the fourth quarter. To compound the above unemployment, we hear SOPA after SOPA of commitments dripping with honey from the Premier, only to witness after SOPA how those same commitments and the money promised to the people are lost through maladministration and corruption by self-serving ANC cadres. Honourable Deputy Speaker, we need a government built on the rock of good governance, not on the quicksand of corruption. The net effect of corruption is inferior service delivery, escalating unemployment, poverty, hunger, and crime. Deputy Speaker, the unemployment figures I mentioned clearly indicates that the interventions by the Mabuyane 6th provincial government to date are not working. And please don't just shift the blame to COVID-19, Premier. I challenge the Premier through you, Deputy Speaker, to tell us what makes his leadership so special, so different than any of the other previous ANC premiers. What is your government doing differently to that of the previous administrations that we had? What do we get from the ANC SOPA repeated year after year? Deputy Speaker, let me tell you what we get. We get potholes, burst pipes, rising unemployment, visible service delivery deterioration, backed by well-documented reports and cases indicating that the Eastern Cape's budget has been taken for a very rough ride, such as in the case of the Scootergate Gomba revelations. Our money and our future are not safe under your stewardship, Premier. The Premier has bragged about his provincial anti-corruption council that will fight corruption, but this has failed dismally. They could not hold one meeting over the last financial year, and to date have not sat for this financial year either, Premier. This highlights, Deputy Speaker, the sheer lack of political will of the provincial government to tackle corruption head-on. Deputy Speaker, to the Premier, your slow pace of trying to stop the corruption and maladministration frenzy is simply contributing to more blood in the water that will attract even more vicious sharks. ANC tenderpreneurs are lined up, they are circling, their wallets are being filled, while the people of this province get little to no value for money in return. What we need is competence, caliber, and consequence management, not chaos, cadres, and corruption. Your ANC-controlled municipalities, Premier, across the province collectively own Eskom 2.6 billion and the Department of Water and Sanitation. The collapse of local government structures, such as in the local municipality of Makanda, Amatola District Municipality, continue to place vulnerable communities at increased risk, especially in the context of the ongoing threat of the coronavirus endemic and the drought in large parts of our provinces. The Democratic Alliance have warned this House and called on numerous occasions for ring-fence funds to be collected for the sale of electricity for years in order to pay Eskom its money. But once more, the ANC doesn't listen to good sound advice from the DA in this House. The Eastern Cape Education Department dropout rates is another sad story to tell. We are looking at overcrowding, lack of appropriate sanitation, infrastructure, and also teachers that are not qualified to teach critical subjects. The Department of Health is written to the core. With corruption, the medico-legal claims are skyrocketing. Magwa and Majola Tea Estate is still struggling to become commercially viable after 254 million rand has been pumped into it. But wait, the Auditor General's report indicate widespread lack of financial controls and project monitoring, an ongoing culture of lack of accountability, as well as a tolerance of transgressions, which results in further regression in audit outcomes in the Eastern Cape. And this, Deputy Speaker, can lead to the collapse of most of our local municipalities. What we need to hear was the practical steps that the Premier will take to stop corruption, improve functionality of local municipalities, and his plan to roll out the vaccines. I want to know practically how you are going to get our economy growing and restore the political accountability that is the essential in a functional democracy. Transform your SOPA, Honourable Premier, the format into a format of reporting to the citizens. Give us a true reflection of the previous year's successes of budgets implemented, followed by your challenges that you experience on outstanding projects, and report on your solutions to the budget project challenges. And lastly, Deputy Speaker, the Premier must indicate what he would like to do in the next budget. It is time to tell the truth, as only the truth will set you free and help us to help you. Put the people first, not the party. And in closing, Deputy Speaker,
thank you very much,
the people of the Eastern Cape more than ever requires a DA government that is forward-thinking and innovative, which will rebuild this province and get it back on track.
Thank you.
So that it can work for all the people. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Botha from Democratic
Alliance.
United Democratic Movement, Honourable Zinti.
Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Yes, ma'am.
And Jesus. Amen. Honourable Speaker, kuyafuneka into yokubana sike siqwalasele i-impact of i-politics kwi-economy yethu. Okokuqala, kuyafuneka si-understande the link between the problem solving and decision making skills. Those two skills, they work hand in hand. And when we're utilizing the decision making and problem solving strategies, that can have a positive impact in any organization. The decisions that we make, we need to ask ourselves what impact they will have in our society. We need to make materialistic decisions. Singathathi nje izigqibo kuba sifuna ukonelisa iqela elithile. Year in and year out, we come and listen to the state of the province address, which is supposed to be a plan of action to improve the lives of the citizens of our province. Today, it is very painful to say that we are sitting at 50% of unemployment rate. We have a serious problem with unemployment in our province. Given the fact that in 26 years of democracy, but we are still facing the challenges of poor infrastructure. And infrastructure is acknowledged as a pillar around which development is anchored. It includes the sectors of transport, water and sanitation, power, telecommunication and irrigation. Kubi-ke kwelicala la kwi-former Transkei Sekela Somlomo, ingakumbi kwizikolo zethu kumcimbi one-water and sanitation. Awungeke ukwazi ukusurvive with abantwana abayi-800 kwi-toilets ezi-8 plus netitshala zabo kubi gqitha. Andiyazi ke mhlawumbi lithanda ukuphucuka elicala lingapha, mhlawumbi nijonga ngamanye amehlo xa nijonga niwelela ngapha kwelaa cala, engakumbi kwelaa cala lasemampondweni. Kofuneka sike sinimema niyokhwitsha iinyawo phana nihambe kakhulu. Investment in transport infrastructure can be linked to investment in manufacturing, agriculture, as well as to the general industrial development, and to the extent the investment in transport infrastructure
can be regarded as a form of response to economic progress. Kuke kwenziwe nendlela ezi zethu ingabi izindlela ezinamadami ucaba abantwana bangangena esigqubheni nemoto iqhubayo ingaya yomila imbovu ngenxa ye-potholes ezikhona apha. Makulungiswe madoda, makuye kuba kubi kangaka kusithiwa khona abantu abakhokheleyo. Deputy Honorable Speaker, the Premier mentioned on his speech encouraging the citizens the payment of municipal services. Yes, we as the UDM fully support that, but we must take into consideration that the effect of low economic growth does in the province in order for the community to be able to pay for services. In return, the municipalities will be able to provide efficient services to community. This is possible if good decisions are taken into consideration. Sustainable job opportunities should remain government priority. Singenzi enye into, baninzi abantwana bethu abanezikills abafundileyo but abaqeshwa. Khona we support i-initiative ka-President yokuqesha abatitshala abancedisayo, but kufuneka iconsider into yobana mayingabi i-short term, mayibe yi-long term, because aba bantwana bafunde ngemali behlupheka kumakhaya abo basemakhayeni wabo. The challenges we are faced within the province existed way before COVID-19. COVID-19 yinto entsha iyafika ngoku. Then, Honorable Speaker, the Premier announced his dreams to reverse the legacy of apartheid spatial planning. Apartheid, according to my understanding, died in 1994. Almost now, it's 26 years ago. The ruling party must address the issues at hand. When people are dispersed, it's not good for the economy. We are close to elections and people are being confused with billions of rands and projects that were promised years ago. And yes, kukhona nale project uPremier beke wayithetha ngayo yaseMzimvubu inoba ndandise intombi ngoko sendile ixhegwazana. But ayikenzeki mhlambi ikwi-pipeline ndisazosixelela. Then there will be no difference that the ruling party make. It's only plans with no action. That is the legacy of the ANC. Madoda mayingabi legacy yenu ke lena. Xa uthetha into wenze. And yazi le ebeyithetha apha u-Honorable Nyalambisa uthi thetha i-walkie talkie. Hayi ayihambi kanjalo ngoku. Our towns are filthy. It's because of corruption. The SIU's latest report is shocking. The consequence management need to be implemented to recover loss suffered by municipalities. Lihlazo ke sekela somlomo into yase amathole and ithuthumbisa ngenhliziyo ngesikwithi. Iyafana nje neyasengquza. Lihlazo kakhulu angathi singake siyiqwalasele kufana nalento yokudeploya omeya. Funeka siconsiderishe abantu abanezikills, nike niconsiderishe abantu abanezikills. Mhlambi i-UDM njengoba izophatha nje izoba considerisha abo bantu. Sijonga abantu abanezikills ukwazi ukuthatha indawo yethu iyoyibeka phezulu. Then we welcome isiqalo Youth Fund. Isiqalo Youth Fund initiative is very good. We welcome it, but we hope that the deserving individuals benefit to it. It must not be special individuals as ne connection kubantu abaphaya kwisiqalo okanye kubantu abaphezulu njengoba siqhele ukubona isenzeka. Hayi siyayazi Honorable Fihlani mkhaya wami iyenzeka loo nto leyo. Honorable Deputy Speaker, make sijonge iphondo lethu. Uphondo lethu line advantage kakhulu. Sinazo indawo ze-tourists emasizilungise nendlela zazo eziya kuzo so that i-tourists zethu zikwazi zibe attracted ukuya zingajongi indlela zibona uba no abazokwazi ukulenza ixesha ukuyofika. Umzekelo, sinembotyi, sinomkhambathi game reserve. Kuyafuneka sike siwujonge umkhambathi game reserve as indawo engenyusa i-economy yase-Eastern Cape. Siphinde siwakhe ube kwimeko right apho uzo-attracta khona the tourists, and ngaloo ndlela i-economy yethu izawunyuka. We thank you. Siyayibulela ingalelo le-UDM. Enkosi, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Minutes of your 12 minutes. Thank you. I'll now call upon Democratic Alliance, Honorable Odendal, 6 minutes.
Deputy Speaker, when I was a child, I really enjoyed fairy tales. I can still remember the fictional stories about Little Red Riding Hood, Cinderella, and Snow White. It seems the Honourable Premier also enjoys a good old fairy tale, because just last Tuesday, he stood before this House and told us a fictional tale about the Eastern Cape. The Honourable Premier told us that all is well in his kingdom, the province of the Eastern Cape. He told us how his subjects could dream of a better tomorrow because his ANC-led government will grow our economy and deliver us from poverty, and we will all live happily ever after. Well, Deputy Speaker, I don't believe in fairy tales anymore, and neither do the long-suffering residents of the Eastern Cape. They know that the real-life story of the Eastern Cape today is no fairy tale. It is a horror story riddled with pain, poverty, broken promises, and corruption. The real-life horror story of the Eastern Cape begins with the failed state of local government over which this government presides. No less than 14 local governments in this province have serious financial problems and, as a result, cannot deliver services to our people. 10 of those municipalities are bankrupt. That's nearly a third of your municipalities, Honourable Premier. If South Africans want to see what a failed state looks like, they need to go no further than look at what your government has done to our rural municipalities in the Eastern Cape. These municipalities look like war zone Eastern Cape. Broken sewers, broken water pipes, broken roads, and broken dreams. This is the real life horror story of people in the Eastern Cape, and this is only the beginning. What about our bankrupt health department that is unable to pay its creditors? Accruals are currently standing at an eye-watering 4 billion rand in this department. Just this morning, on the front page of the Daily Dispatch, there's an article on how this department cannot pay its creditors. This Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Premier must remember that this problem with accruals started to get out of hand whilst he was the NEC for Finance in this province. In 2019, when he promised to arrest this problems, accruals were standing at 2 billion rand, and today it is nearly 4 billion rand. Deputy Speaker, 7-year drought that has decimated this region. Naturally, not a word from the Honourable Premier on this in his SOPA address, because he knows all too well that his government has done nothing to assist farmers and struggling municipalities with the water crisis they are facing. Talking about farmers, I nearly fell off my chair and choked on my tea, Deputy Speaker, when the Honourable Premier mentioned Magwati Estate. More fairy tales. After all the countless broken promises of this government to make this a viable operation, right now, Deputy Speaker, we are harvesting tea leaves that are 3 times more expensive to grow than that grown by the private sector. Wake up and read the tea leaves, Honourable Premier, because if you think the ECRDA is going to get this project back on track, you are still dreaming. There are also other failed projects in Dr. Dar where the government is bleeding money. Do you know that the same ECRDA is literally throwing money away by awarding unsecured loans to people? Loans for Mahala. In certain instances, the collection rate of these loans are 0, nothing, nix, a conto. Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Premier says he is committed to ensuring the economy of the Eastern Cape grows again. Yes, Honourable Premier, we welcome your announcements regarding economic growth through investment in infrastructure. But how can we leave you? This year, we are spending a measly 5 cents in every provincial government rand on infrastructure development. That is all the schools, all the clinics, and all. But I forgot, you won't build hospitals because you said you will build further one in your turn. Am I right? Deputy Speaker, what's happening?
So can hear you.
No, Deputy Speaker, we're all
30 seconds.
Okay, can I continue? You can't claim to have an infrastructure-led growth agenda without investing in infrastructure. While spending 5 cents in every rand on infrastructure, this ANC-led government is spending a whopping 67 cents on cost of employment. Where are you going to get the money from to build the much-needed infrastructure? Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Premier expects us to believe him that he's going to put the economy of this province back on track. But how can we believe him if the money is not on the table? Deputy Speaker, enough of this negativity. Here's some good news for the Premier and the ANC. Your problems are bound to get less and less after the local government elections, when the DA will be governing a lot more, and just like we're doing in Nelson Mandela Bay, where we are building our administrations on the rock of good governance to get us back on track. The only fairy tale here, Honourable Premier, would be the one where the DA governs after 2021 for the people of the Eastern Cape. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Odendal. I'm now going to call the African National Congress, Honourable Ngata.
I see the boss here, you know.
Over to you, Honourable.
Is it ready now? Yeah. So I can just proceed. Honourable Speaker, greetings, honourable members. Protocol is observed. Thank you, Honourable Premier, for delivering the State of the Province address, which touched the broad range of our people, irrespective of their stations. You spoke to the small farmers, you spoke to the people in the villages, in the townships, you spoke about access roads, you spoke about the need to provide housing for the poor and the progress that our government has made. You spoke about Mzimvubu Dam, you spoke about public quality access to public health care. This is the opposite of what we had on the 17th of February, when the Premier of the Western Cape delivered the State of Big Business address. It was about how to lower the cost of doing business for big business. I can relate to you, Mchana, Honourable Zbon, when you delivered the message here, which is typically the role of Black people in the Democratic Alliance. An organization which is a substitute of the bourgeoisie, which acts at the same time different like a pyramid for white people. And Black people exist there to polish their shoes. Well, Honourable Stevenson, through your Honourable Chair, I refuse to polish your shoes during apartheid. I will never polish your shoes in a democratic South Africa. I'll be surprised with the speaker that will follow me. He just received his notes because they must play their role to polish the shoes of white people in order to keep their positions. The Premier of the Western Cape, he said nothing about the overcrowding public health facilities in that province. That provincial government demolished the GF Hospital. They committed to build that hospital. That province, the city of Cape Town, is a capital of serious crimes. He said nothing except to say you will strengthen policing, and yet he is sitting on the report of the Ombudsman of 2013, which was making recommendation how to strengthen. He's sitting on that report. And then you come here today, yet the foundations are foundations for business to make profits on the back of black people who are suffering in the Western Cape. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the people of South Africa decided long time ago that free medical care and hospitalization shall be provided for all. There are things that we take for granted more than 20 years in the free South Africa. That the president of the first democratic South Africa, the late Tata Mandela, within 90 days in the office, declared free health services for pregnant women and children in public health facilities. That is the ANC government in action. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the year 2020 brought a calamity of the highest proportion to befall our beloved country and the peoples of the globe. The coronavirus pandemic has brought untold suffering, included distress across all sectors of society. The Eastern Cape was not immune from the horrific ramifications of the pandemic. The scientific community has been hard at work here in our country in pursuit of finding lasting solutions to the challenges. Through our government in the province, led by you, Honorable Premier, the Eastern Cape Department of Health developed a 13-point plan, which was subsequently adopted by the provincial executive as a response to this pandemic. The plan covered building field hospital and the provision of more beds in our facilities. And this that we have built hospital using the resources available to build public health care facilities. And yet in the Western Cape, they cannot point not a single hospital that they have built during this process. Honorable Speaker and members had to think for life after COVID-19 in relation to the infrastructure of our facilities, which was exactly what we did as this government. Instead of erecting 10 structures that would have been removed after the pandemic, we partnered with the Department of Public Works here in the province, not the Public Works in the Western Cape, here in the province, to use their internal capacity to refurbish and renovate in more than 28 of our facilities. The effect of this move can now be seen in the state of many of our health facilities that had undergone these renovations. To name a few, we are proud to mention Doranginza Hospital, where we spent 33.5 million to refurbish the existing unused building there, creating a state-of-the-art 100-bed COVID ward. This partnership has also enabled us to renovate beds in order to ease the influx at the Nelson Mandela Academic Hospital. This is work that we are doing. We're not destroying hospital and not rebuild it. We're rebuilding hospitals in order to deal with the overcrowding in public health institutions. And Honorable Sibonda, she was debating, Honorable Premier, Honorable Deputy Speaker, typical of the role of the DA, of wanting a lean and mean state as a liberal party, a party of the bourgeoisie. They say they want no role for the state. The state must create conditions for business to make profit. They say that it's important that we must just level the playing field. And this is exactly what Honorable Sibonda was saying, that the role of us, we must just create the environment for business to make profit. They say nothing about creating conditions to make the cost of living better for the majority in the Western Cape. So the Eastern Cape government has made these strides through the Provincial Coronavirus Command Council, which has led the fight against COVID-19 with dedication and have developed and executed interventions that mitigated against the dreadful disease. And people will not be surprised. Again, the same government in the Western Cape, not once I have the benefit of attending the Presidential Command Council. They have been always reluctant or rejecting any lockdown because their preoccupation is about to make business. Profit first, all shall follow. The government of the African National Congress, the importance of saving lives, the importance of saving livelihoods. That is the kind of thing that we're being told here. And there is a UN cry about the issue. Boyle, Brandon Boyle, who was an editor of the Daily Dispatch, may his soul rest in peace. was in the list of the DA. The late Bozol, who was also, you know, in the academia, is in the DA deployed. What we are agreeing is that, because it's important that you must have in government those who understand your policies, but they must work as professionals. We are against, as the African National Congress, deployment of people without qualifications. That is why our work is to ensure that we deal with those things. So don't act as if in the administration, the implementation, you don't deploy your own in order to tow your direction. There is nothing wrong with deployment when done properly. Qualified people are deployed. So that is why you must always not come here and field the nation lies and present as if you represent them, and yet you represent the interest of the bourgeoisie. And those black people who come after me, I'll know they'll have to defend their seats and polish the shoes of their masters. I'll not be surprised. That's my namesake, Edmund. So we've developed a unified national health system, and we are also building a society that must thrive on favorable conditions to ensure that primary health care is strengthened. The conditions for the national health insurance are created so that there is universal access to health care. You know, in a government that the DA, everything is for sale. You must have money in order to access health care. You know, the private hospitals here in the province who have demonstrated, all our hospitals have demonstrated their capacity to provide health care during this period more than the private hospitals that we have, as opposed to the belief of neoliberals. Because all of them, all St. Dominic's and others were full. They were referred to Frere. They could not cope because capacity was there. Even if people who are sick, you ask them their choices, where do you want to go? They would say, I want to go to Stadaren Hospital because I'll come out of there alive, which is a public hospital. We pride ourselves about this contribution that, for instance, we have contracted independent medical practitioners to visit public health facilities to improve the doctor coverage. That is us being transparent as a government of the African National Congress. Come do an assessment of our public health facilities. You know, your government of forces will not do that. You can't speak to me like that. I'm like your boss. As I so we are in a democratic South Africa. Honorable Mutse speaks as if, because you claim to be Democrats. Democrats would respect the Constitution of the Republic, would respect due process and rule of law. So this issue that says provincial government must read the Riot Act, I read the dictionary. What does this Riot Act do? Which means when reading Riot Act, you're shouting people to effect what you want. That is not the case. That is not the case. Ours is a democratic government. Due process must be followed. And that these spheres of government, like won't instruct the government of the Western Cape, because it is a sphere of government. But you want us to do things that are outside the Constitution of the Republic, and yet we claim to be Democrats. And we quite know that you are not even closer there. You know, because your democracy is a democracy of the bourgeoisie, the democracy of those who have. It's not a democracy of the majority. You know. So, Honorable Chair, even if you talk about the economy, you go to the speech of the Premier of the Western Cape, nothing on the economy. What is there on the economy is the Saldanha and Atlantis SEZ, with the initiative of the national government, because they've got nothing to offer the majority of the workers and the poor in the Western Cape, because it's the government of those who have. So, Honorable Chair, Honorable Deputy Speaker, as I conclude, honorable members, we have entrenched our committees as an integral part of service delivery and active participation. These government structures to ensure that there is stability and good governance in our facilities. Deputy Speaker, further details will be unpacked, on the Honorable Premier State of the Province address when we unpack during the tabling of the department's budget and policy speech. And we salute health professionals of our province for their commitment and hard work in fighting against COVID-19. We dip our flags for many men and women who have lost their lives in the service of humanity.